Test, test, test. I had it.
One, two. Test. Test one. Mayor, are you hearing me on that laptop now? Okay, great. All right, we should be good there. That's just. Okay. Sorry. We had an accident right before, so we had to reset everything up. I've worked up a sweat working on that.
Are we good to go?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, I will call the joint meeting. It's loud.
Yeah, he's
Of the Building and Standards Commission and the City Council for Tuesday, April 16th, 2024 to order. The time is 6:18. So first thing is, everybody please rise for a moment of silence, followed by Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, so at this point, we're going to recess the city council meeting. And then we're going to do presentations.
I guess it doesn't matter either way. Yeah.
Okay, so we have a proclamation for National Telecommunicators Week. Communicators Week. Whereas emergencies can occur at any time and require police, fire, or medical services, and whereas when an emergency occurs, the prompt response of police officers, firefighters, and paramedics is critical to the protection of life and preservation of property. And whereas public safety dispatchers are often the first and most critical contact our citizens have with emergency services. And whereas dispatchers at the Tarrant County Regional Communications Center handled more than 94,000 incoming and outgoing calls in 2022 and provide police, fire, and EMS dispatching services for the multiple agencies within Tarrant County. And whereas public safety dispatchers of the Tarrant County Regional Communications Center have contributed substantially to the apprehension of criminals, suppression of fires, and treatment of patients. And whereas each and every dispatcher has exhibited compassion, understanding, and professionalism during the performance of their job in the past year. Now, therefore, be proclaimed by the City Council of the City of Everman that we declare appreciation to the dispatchers of the Everman Emergency Services Telecommunications Center and proclaim April 14th through the 20th, 2024 as Public Safety Telecommunicators Week in the City of Everman, where all citizens join in honoring all Tarrant County Regional Communication Dispatchers.
We have several here tonight. Y'all want to come on up?
Hey, for the good guys. Thank you for all y'all do.
Yay, dispatchers.
Who's taking the calls?
Yes, please. Now, if we vote. Ready? 1, 2, 3. All right. Congratulations. Mayor, do you just want to stand on that side and read this one? I guess I can. Yeah.
So all the stuff I made the last minute. Okay, so next item is proclamation for Administrative Professionals Day. Proclamation declaring April 24th, 2024 as Administrative Professionals Day. Whereas administrative professionals, including administrative assistants, office assistants, receptionists, billing clerks, finance specialists, clerks, and deputy clerks, and other administrative support staff make up one of the largest segments of the labor force in America. And whereas administrative professionals play an essential role in coordinating the office operations of business, government agencies, educational institutions, and other organizations. And whereas the work of administrative professionals today requires advanced knowledge and expertise in communications, computer software, office technology, project management, organization, customer service, and other vital office management responsibilities. And whereas we recognize the importance and contributions of highly skilled administrative professionals to the success of office operations. And whereas all the administrative professionals for the City of Everman work tirelessly to provide the highest quality service to Everman residents and to improve our community daily. Now therefore be proclaimed by the City Council of the City of Everman that we proclaim April 24th, 2024 as Administrative Professionals Day in the City of Everman. We urge all citizens to join us in recognizing administrative professionals and reflect on their invaluable contributions to the community in which we live, work, and play. So
We have Miss Martinez, Evelyn, Mindy, Susan. Is Donna here too, or am I missing anybody that made it?
come on up, don't be shy. There was a lot more of you than this. Gonna put her in the front. Come on, get over here, don't hide. All right, thank you. But had Gilbert over there. Oh, he's not off, so is.
He's Public Works Week. He's next month.
Okay. All right, so next item is public hearing, deliberation and determination on, wait a minute. Oh, yeah. Okay, now the city council meeting is recessed. The time is 6:25. It's got me reading too much stuff. All right, okay. Public hearing, deliberation and determination on cases. Item A, case number 1394, public hearing. Public hearing to receive sworn testimony and citizens' comments concerning whether the following structures complies with the standards set for in the City of Everman Code of Ordinances, Chapter 4, Article 4, and the 2018 International Property Maintenance Code as adopted in Article 18 of the code and the building code, Chapter 4, Article 3, Electrical Code, Chapter 4, Article 5, Residential Code, Chapter 4, Article 6, Mechanical Code, Chapter 4, Article 7, the Plumbing Code, and Chapter 4, Article 8. I should give the addresses?
Yes.
Okay, this will be for properties located at 929 Corey Road, Everman, Texas, 928 Corey Road, Everman, Texas, 917 Corey Road, Everman, Texas, 901 Corey Road, Everman, Texas, and 900 Corey Road, Everman, Texas. All right, so now this, okay. Board holds public hearings to discuss structures the city believes are dangerous and a threat to citizens' health and safety. At the beginning of each public hearing, the city will present its evidence and recommendation. After that, anyone can address the board regarding the same property unless someone presents evidence that the structure is safe or that it can be repaired. The structure will most likely be ordered demolished. Owners who want to repair the structure must have a detailed plan for the repairs, including estimated costs and a schedule for completion. Only people recognized by me, the duly sworn in
Oh,
that's typo
and duly sworn in May. And duly sworn.
and duly sworn in May address the board. Speakers shall move to the podium when directed, state your name and address, and then present their evidence or make their argument. The board may ask questions of any speaker, including city staff, during the public hearing. Speakers may also ask questions of the board or the city staff. After the public hearing is closed, only board members will be allowed to speak. The board will have a discussion and a vote to determine if the structure is dangerous and issue an order to whether secure and prepare the structure or to demolish it. An order by this board is final and any appeals will be filed in district court. So it is 6:28 p.m. At this time, I open the public hearing for case number 1394 involving structures located at 929 Corey Road, Everman, Texas, 76140, 928 Corey Road, Everman, Texas, 76140, 917 Corey Road, Everman, Texas, 76140, 929 Corey Road, Everman, Texas, 76140, and 900 Corey Road, Everman, Texas, 76140. All structures being located in Tarrant County, Texas, with the legal description being Tract A, Block 21, Everman Park, 6 filing. In addition to the city of Everman, Tarrant County, Texas, according to the plat thereof, recorded in volume 388-38, page 30, map records, Tarrant County, Texas. I would ask anyone that wants to speak to the board to stand up and raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Yes.
Anybody wants to speak, would you please rise?
Staff.
Got everybody covered? Anybody else want to speak? Got to swear you in beforehand, so. Okay. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, please be seated.
Yes. So you might swear him in before he testifies.
Okay.
Mr. Childress, are you on the call? Can you hear us okay?
I am. I'm on the call. I'm not in town. I'm out of town. So can everybody hear me?
Give me just 1 second. Let me turn your volume up so we can hear you.
There's somebody. Don't know.
I'm going to do a test again. This is Tony Childress. Unfortunately, I'm at a conference about foundations up in Indianapolis, but I am here on the Zoom call. Can everybody hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, but we can't understand.
What was his name again?
Tony Childress. Engineer.
Okay, so he's got to be sworn in too.
Yes.
Is Tony also testifying? Yes. Okay.
Okay, Tony, need you to raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay. Okay, so, okay, we have our attorneys here. Would the attorneys please identify yourselves?
Of course. Good afternoon. My name is Kartik Singapore. It's nice to see everybody again. And I'm joined by my colleague, Aaron Formey, as well as a representative, excuse me, of property management, Saul Boswell.
Okay, City of Everman staff may proceed with its presentation of the staff report, evidence, and recommendations for the record.
Brief overview of who owns Paradise Apartments. In 1968, the original owner was the Oakwood Terrace Properties. Originally, there were 6 buildings: 900, 901, 916, 917, 928, and 929, with 24 units per building. The 916 building was destroyed in a fire in January of 2014. The building has changed ownership 5 times prior to being purchased in 2017 by the current owner. In accordance with Everman Code Section 4-534, registration required for residential property, I sent the property owners a notice to register their properties. You keep that. Notice were sent out August the 10th of 2022. As of October 31st, 2022, I'd received no response and citations were issued via certified mail. In December of 2022, on December the 13th, the property manager at the time began registering the units and completed that on January the 13th of 2023, but refused to pay the per unit registration fees.
Okay.
Oh, no, there's more. Yeah, okay. Sorry.
Hi, board, council. My name's Lenny Watley, the chief for the Everman Fire Department, also the act as the fire marshal when the times call for a fire marshal. I'm here to speak to the current status and where the road led for us to determine to dive further into the conditions found at Paradise Apartments. On 9/11/2023, the resident of 929 apartment 21 reported a fire in her kitchen. We responded. That day we were short staffed, so I actually was in there on the hose line and fought the fire. So during the firefighting operations, part of the operations we have to do overhaul, and so we started to pull ceiling and pull sheetrock back to check for extension into adjoining walls and adjoining apartments. And that's when we started to discover more conditions that were unsafe, to say the least. Those were found on both the first floor and second floor of this building. The units that were involved, secondary, were 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24. Sorry, not 19, 21 was the actual fire department. As you can see, here's some of the photographs taken that day that were attached to the fire report. This was what we consider a room of contents fire. The fire started in the kitchen. It was accidental in nature and unintentional, caused by the tenant at the time. But it brought to light the damage that we were able to observe from the structural members and the floor joist between the first and second floor landing. And once we were able to remove the sheetrock facade that was done for a drop type ceiling in the kitchen, we were able to discover unsafe conditions with the electrical that would have been masked had we not been able to remove the drywall at that time. What prompted us to dive further into the conditions of the apartments were noted here. This was, like I said, the day of, without an extensive look into the depth of the damage that was pre-existing before the fire. What we did notice is in all the areas that we removed the sheetrock to look for extension, I saw no obvious signs that were consistent with fire damage that would be contributed to degradation or destruction of structural members or floor joists in between the first and second floor. But as you can see here, I've got the large arrows notating the open junction box with the exposed wiring. And then we've got the degradation of structural members with the smaller arrows in the ceiling. Following that, Paradise Apartments hired AJ Engineering from Dallas to inspect the apartments and assess the repair needs. The inspection occurred on 12/18 and 12/19. They were made by Mr. Assad Jari.
Chief, I'm
Yes.
sorry, before you go on, would you back up 2 slides?
Yes, ma'am.
please? The one with the picture, yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I was given approval to ask questions
Yes,
as you
ma'am.
go. That's why I'm interrupting.
Absolutely.
So you're saying on this picture,
Mhm.
you saw no damage from fire, but you did see unstable elements in there based on just what you uncovered.
The fire did not, the damage to the apartment, we got in there and we got to stop early enough, mainly because I was on the nozzle. Sorry. We got to stop on it before it was able to pass the sheetrock fire barrier. So the heat and flames did not actually impinge directly on the structural members that you're seeing here.
Okay.
So that's where, when I say that I didn't observe any fire damage on the structural members above the kitchen,
Okay.
that I could contribute. Now, there are many times when we go into a structure fire that will have such intense heat that yes, due to the heat and the depth of the charring, we will have degradation and destruction of the structural members to where that can force them to snap just because due to the heat. I didn't find any of that. Everything we found was conducive with pre-existing conditions.
That's what I needed to hear. Thank you.
I believe everybody has a copy of this, correct? I will highlight the areas that would be the most pertinent, unless y'all would like me to read it verbatim.
No.
So the initial inspection by AJ Engineering was done with only the affected, the fire apartment affected, apartment 21. Despite the request by myself, code enforcement, and building inspector that when the initial day of the fire, we deemed the 6 apartments that were immediately affected, the fire apartment, the 5 immediately affected apartments, we deemed them substandard and we condemned them temporary condemnation due to unsafe conditions. Following that, we requested that all 6 apartments be inspected by an engineering firm due to the consistent structural instability that was found in all the apartments that were upstairs, not just the apartment above apartment 21, but also the adjoining on each side. The initial engineering report was only consistent with the one apartment 21 affected by the fire. Then we requested that we would not go forth with any permit approvals until all were inspected and the sheetrock was removed to get a full picture of the extent of the damage. So he noted obviously the smoke and water damage. He noted the termite damage and the split crack in the floor joists and the wall studs of unit 19, 21, and 23. Severe damage was noted in apartment 21, and that severe termite damage, not fire damage, severe termite damage. The termite damage has compromised the structural integrity of the structure and needs to be repaired. The attached plan shows the location and damaged floor joist and the wall studs and the repair procedure. This was done. This was a suggestion by the original engineering firm that did the initial inspection.
So a question. So you're saying you saw, or the inspectors saw termite damage that was destabilizing the walls?
Yes.
Okay.
And this was not, so we contract the services of Bureau Veritas as a third-party inspection firm. This was not us. This was the property owner and property management. They selected this engineer to come out and assess based on the requirement that we told them that we need a structural engineer to assess the stability of just these 6 apartments. So this was not our third-party inspector that went out there. This was a certified engineer that did this portion. He noted mold and water damage underneath the roof sheathing and cracks to the roof rafters above unit 20. The wind bracing in the attic 22 and 24 was cut, so therefore the roof stabilization was compromised. Steel pipes in the breezeway were not properly anchored. The stringers for the steel stairs were not fastened to the breezeway frame. You noticed loose lag screws on top of the post. And the foundation noted the foundation movement at the west side of the wall of unit 19 and 20, the northwest corner of the building 21, and the foundation movement was approximately 2 inches. Conclusion, the termite and water damage were noted during the observation. The termite and water damage compromised the structural integrity of the frame. The damage to the wall studs, floor joists, and roof rafters need to be repaired to restore the structural integrity of the structure and bring the framing up to code, citing the IRC and the IBC. Recommendations to follow, as noted. Essentially, a reconstruction of those walls and structural members.
Chief, I got a question right here.
Hmm?
On the, can you go back one slide? Engineering reports indicate termite and water damage. This was post-fire.
Yes.
Was the water damage pre-existing or as a result of the fire department's efforts to extinguish the fire?
No, that was pre-existing rotted wood.
And this might be a question for the city engineer. Do we know how do they determine? I mean, is it pretty easy to determine pre-existing water damage versus post-fire extinguishment water damage? Is that? Okay, great. Thank you.
These are all photos that were taken by the property owner's contracted engineer on the original inspection of the 6 affected initial apartments. You can note his markers here. You've got ceiling joists with termite damage and cracks, ceiling joists, termite damage. I can't see the bottom one inside the box, but my assumption is it says termite damage and cracks. We've got substantial cracking throughout them. We've got some what would be if it was a fire damage, the char depth where the degradation and 1 to 2 inches of the structural member has been rotted or eaten away. And that is what's visible without in some form of x-ray or a more intensive engineering background to scan that beam to see the structural integrity of that beam. just outside of what's seen. We've got ceiling joist termite damage continued. And if you note, all of these photos are from separate apartments. These are not all one. These are all throughout those 6 initial inspected apartments.
Chief, how important is a ceiling joist? Is that what you called it?
Well, most construction is built out of a ordinary type 5 truss style construction. And with trusses, that's a big triangle. You take one piece of the triangle out, what happens to the triangle? It falls. Engineers build structures to carry a certain wind, to have a certain wind rating, a certain weight rating. They have a fire load. They've got, how much the environmental load it's going to have, how many for the occupancy. When you compromise by taking out half of one of those 1 by or 2 by 12s, you dramatically decrease the load that building can take thereafter. Not to mention if you have one that's completely separated.
So you're saying in these pictures, we have severe damage?
Yes, yes. I would understand that there was, we've got, I believe that looks like 24-inch centers. Worst case, it's either 24 or 16s. But if we had one rafter, one beam, one floor joist that had degradation and compromise, that would be a completely separate set of stories. If we had 2 or 3 that were within, a span of 20 foot, that would be a different conversation. But when you find that consistent across the board, as a sample of, we've got 6 apartments and these are findings consistent across all 6. There's our evidence for the totality of. We've got water damage. And that this will actually come up, I'm sure later. I'm going to go ahead and go off script, but I want to make mention of it now because there was some forms of inspections that were done over the past few weeks or a few days, few weeks. One of them being related to water damage and roof leaks. And it was cited that there were none, that everywhere that they tested was less than 1% humidity and presented with no signs of compromise of the roof and no compromise leading to roof leaks. We have evidence of it everywhere. We have evidence of it in the ceiling and the sheet and the popcorn texture that's in people's inhabited apartments. We've got proof of it right here in outside engineering firm's inspection report.
What is showing in the lower right-hand corner?
Yes, that is believed to be the roof decking.
Okay, I couldn't tell what it was.
Mhm.
Roof decking. Okay.
Which would be what the firefighters are walking on if we have to have a fire and we have to go up there and ventilate, which lends to the reason why we have the very soft footing that we had when we were able to ladder the building and walk the roof line.
Okay.
As you can see, the unit 19 also has additional termite in the wall stud. So now we've got wall studs and we've got ceiling joists, all encompassing wall and above your head and below your feet. Additional cracks and rafters. The photo that you see there on the bottom right, I don't know if you can see this. It's very hard to see. It might just look like a stain line or something like that. That is a crack that is throughout the entire 2 by 12. And I would also like to note that this is a sampling. If you notice the photos that you see on the top side, those they've removed what looks to be either 12 by 12, 18 by 18 square of sheetrock. What about the 2 foot over from that hole that they weren't able to that we haven't been able to see? If we're able to see some consistent evidence of structural member compromise, within the small sampling here, the unknown surpasses. Here we've got the evidence of the rafters. As you can see, the truss style, you see the triangular shaped construction that, as noted, if a structural member is compromised, it greatly affects the structural integrity and rating of a building. While that very well could have been somebody going up there with a sawzall or skill saw, it doesn't matter. It still affects the building. And now we've got that in addition to joists below that are completely rotted through, whether it be through termite, water, age, all the above. He's got he notes the stringers and all of those are the balconies and the second floor landings that are from the courtyards of the buildings that lead to the apartment front doors on the second floor. Additional termite damage and cracks and damage to the structural members of the ceiling. All right, so the administrative search warrant was drafted based upon the findings in the engineering report. Corporal Dabbs, code enforcement of the Everman Police Department, applied for administrative search warrant Paradise Apartments for the purpose of conducting a certificate of occupancy inspection for the entire complex. We'd like to note that to date, there has never been, to our extreme research, we have yet to find proof of a certificate of occupancy, permit, all the above. And that is why Corporal Dabbs has been so persistent with the property owner requesting, and citing because of noncompliance, him register the apartments, pay for the certificate of occupancy because each individualized apartment requires a certificate of occupancy, and get all of them legal. They went through, as he advised, that they went through the registration process, but they failed to pay and refused to pay. Therefore, we couldn't go forward with the inspection, which would have permitted us to find more unknown violations and unsafe conditions. Warrant was signed on 2/13/2023 by Judge Lane and executed on 2/14. The inspection on the premises was conducted by Paul Coker of Bureau Veritas, which is unfortunately not with us tonight. He had prior obligations. Bureau Veritas services many cities, and so he's stretched pretty thin. But he is our certified building inspector, and then myself, and then Corporal Dabbs. Upon the completion of the inspection, it was determined by the building official and in concurrence with the city manager that the apartment building was deemed as substandard or dangerous. Written notice was provided to the owner of the property by certified mail electronically. Written notice was also provided via certified mail to all lien holders, agents, and other involved parties. This is a copy of the dangerous structure administrative order that was provided to the property owner that was provided to us by the city attorney's office that we completed and sent to our building inspector to have him put his findings in and authorize. I believe you'll have a copy of this, correct? Special purpose. Then the determination, if I can see that far, but determined upon inspection and investigation that the structure is substandard and dangerous structure, is unsafe and a hazard to public health and nuisance in accordance with the Article 479 of the City of Everman Code of Ordinances and 2018 International Property Maintenance Code. And now we're going to go through the photos that we, on our walkthrough the day of with the Bureau Veritas inspector, what was observed by each building. These are not all encompassing by any stretch of the imagination. These are a very, very brief 30,000 foot view of what could be seen. What should be noted and kept in mind as we go through these. we're acting upon evidence that shows proof that we have the probable cause to continue down the road with the belief that there are structural members that are compromised within this building based upon the things that we can see with the naked eye, that a reasonable person would look at and go, there's further damage there. It's not just what meets the naked eye. We've got electrical panels that are unsecured, and we didn't notate the specific maintenance code, electrical code, building code, because we didn't want to get into those, the intricacies of the individual. But everything noted here is a violation of multiple different codes as we went through. And also to note that every single building that we did a walkthrough and viewed from the outside and inside, there was aluminum wire present. Now, they're going to argue that when the buildings were constructed in 1968, that was an acceptable form of wiring. Correct. The only issue is that we have unsafe conditions because we have apartments that have been remodeled by their own admission. We have apartments that have had new copper wiring installed within the outlets in there. You don't mix the two. You have uncapped, which you observed in the photos of apartment 21. You have uncapped junction boxes that there is a method to safely cap in aluminum wiring. Also, those wiring, there's a maintenance that has to be performed to maintain that to that base level code. To date, I have no knowledge of work, permitted work for electrical jobs for maintenance to be done to maintain this to even to that old of a code.
Question.
Yes.
More for maybe the engineer can answer this one. When they have to do a remodel or they're doing any sort of remodel, you just mentioned about not mixing copper and aluminum wiring, the current standard being copper, the existing grandfather clause being aluminum. What are they supposed to do if they have to replace wiring? Is there a way to convert? I mean, I'm just trying to determine, is it plausible that they can be mixed? Is there any way to mix them? Are they supposed to use aluminum wiring, assuming that's grandfather? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Can we get you, or there's a microphone right in front of you.
Click the button on the bottom. I think.
Gray button, bottom side.
So the issue there with mixing the two materials is they expand, contract at different rates. They can corrode each other. They have the possibility of disconnecting from each other. So any instance where they mix, there has to be some special considerations there.
So is possible to mix. You're saying it is possible to mix, but there's special considerations or?
Right.
Okay.
It's not recommended.
Right. Okay.
It's
Sure. No, I guess it kind of makes a difference, I think, on whether it's possible that could have been made. Do we know were those considerations given when they upgraded electrical?
We've never been consulted.
Okay. All right.
It falls along the lines of ferrous and non-ferrous metals that are reactive against each other, creating rust, which if anybody knows fire science, rust is a form of combustion, and that's why fire
I was going to
happen.
ask you would it cause a fire?
Yes, that is the reason why they no longer use it, is because it's very unsafe, very unstable. Great to weld with.
So
That's
so
about
they're putting all the people at risk that live in those. Can't
Absolutely.
hear you, Carolyn. I said, so they're putting the people at risk that live in those apartments. Okay, thank you. Sorry.
we would never authorize it to be used in any new construction. Which I understand where there's a level of grandfathering that is permitted, but also within the code, unsafe conditions by the International Fire Code trumps that. And if I find something that is considered an unsafe condition, like mixture of copper and aluminum wiring, that by an industry standard, we would be considered not exactly safe, that surpasses the pre-existing building clause. As we've got, I believe, all but one building that we walked had some form of breaker panel, electrical panel, whether it be utilities, but I mean, there's AT&T boxes, but while there was phone lines, there was also, for some reason, there was power within them as well. We didn't encounter a single box that didn't have some form of power ran to it, whether it be a junction box, breaker box, or some form of utility on the exterior. And most of them looked like that or worse, where you got rotted plywood over it, which if there's electrical behind it, there you'll find later that in their presentation, they've covered up another one of the boxes with plywood as a form of remediation. Can't cover up electrical wires with combustible wood. It has to be non-combustible. That's why we put them in metal boxes. But here we noted the erosion of the soil at the foundation base, exposing the foundation and the structural members, also exposing the plumbing that was underneath, that led to us considering the degradation and the failure of the brick facade and the structural members that we found while walking the interior of the building. We contributed that as a contributing factor. The initial engineer inspection noted that there was as much as 2-inch of travel within the foundation. I believe the engineering standard is 1 inch or less. So that in itself lends to a failure of the foundation. We've got, and there are multiple photos of very routine things listed. This is one of them. The conduit, flex conduit that the wire is ran for the exterior light. It has to be bound on a straight line. It can't be coiled. The reason they can't be cooled is because they build up heat. And when they build up heat, then they melt and then they short out and then we create fires. But this is an example that is consistent across the property because there isn't consistent maintenance, which, as I stated before, the evidence built up, which made us believe there's far greater problems as we unmask them. Because if we've got something simple as that, then what would lend us to believe that the electrical wire within the building was ever properly maintained if something as simple as an exterior light fixture is not properly maintained?
So Chief, up here, I see a light fixture with some kind of conduit going across it,
Yes,
but then I see wire wrapped around that. I'm not sure what I'm looking at.
we weren't either.
Oh,
I mean, obviously one of them is power. I believe one may have been the original power, and then maybe there was a short somewhere, possibly contributed to aluminum wiring. That is complete assumption there, but usually when you have two forms of pathway for electrical wires, there's a failure at some point. So without pulling the conduit down, we couldn't tell you. But
Okay.
the perfect example of unsafe condition.
okay.
We've got further exposed the conduit that they at some point tried to cover up with some square tubing around the corner of the building, but it was clear as day. What that was the heavy gauge Romax, wasn't it? Debs? Yeah.
That's electrical wiring curving under the right
Yes.
angle?
Yes, that is slowly but surely rubbing it against the corner of a brick facade. And I don't know if y'all know what electrical sheathing and concrete rubbing against each other does, but not good things. Here we noted the stairwell structural members, the beams that go to the second floor landings. Most were not even attached. I understand that the beams were attached and they had a like a 90-degree or 45-degree lip that was up there that was fastened on the top side, but the underside beam for each staircase, many of them were unattached, and you could feel that when you walked up them because it felt like the crazy stairs that you could do at the carnival rides. Other unsafe conditions Obviously, it's the property owner and property maintenance responsibility to secure areas that are no access. And this was just a further example of the disregard for public safety. This is with the door that leads back to the boiler room, chiller room, for the main mechanical of the property, which also is not cited here, but we've had year after year, consistent complaints by tenants that the air conditioners do not work. Or during the wintertime, something's wrong with the heaters because they're on a form of centralized HVAC, and which has been the contributing factor to why tenants refuse to take their window units out of their windows. So far as the previous property manager advised them that we were going to come out and begin citations because you cannot, I mean, it's not authorized to have window units in your apartment windows. But I'm also not cold-hearted, and I understand that it's when it's 105 degrees, I'm not going to tell a 5-year-old you're not going to have an air conditioner. I will emphasize this one greatly because there's going to be responses to these photos on One Council Presents. What you're noticing here, I am not a termite inspector, but what you're noticing is evidence of, at some point, a termite infestation. These were found consistent in every single building on first floor, second floor, and they're going to contribute them to water rot or water damage that is pre-existing. But you'll see in multiple photographs, water rotting does not create small little ant-like holes that go up the wall. I took photos of these because, as we noted before, evidence. We saw the exact same signs and symptoms on the apartments that were originally condemned that were affected by the fire. If we see that consistency at those apartments, and then we see the exact same signs at every other building that we walk, a reasonable person would believe that the exact same extent of termite damage can exist in all other buildings. That is the reason why it was emphasized in these photographs, not because of a cosmetic, non-structural damage because of water or maybe an old termite infestation. That's small potatoes. That doesn't matter. While it is a part of the property maintenance code, it needs to look good and appealing and be fixed. That I understand does not contribute to a structural demise. But what does is previous years of termite infestation and the evidence that they tried to cover up. Here was one of the areas that, following our inspection, it was noted by one of the patrol officers that did just a normal walkthrough that it had evidence that they were doing small little repairs here and there to remove the damaged wood. And while it's noted, yes, they did mediate the problem, they also left an existing code violation by having a opening in the wall. There's a reason why we have walls and sheetrock. They're barriers. They stop rodents, insects, and fire and water. If they're open, they're still a code violation. So even their fix for it was not a fix. Here is an example. You may be kind of.
Can I ask a question? Real
Yeah.
quick on the termite damage? So
Yes.
you said that they've covered up. I just want to be clear, like they were trying to seal it from inspection, or they were just covering it up as in making repairs. That there's a distinction, so I just want to make sure that. I mean,
I'm not making an allegation. I'm stating that there was evidence of termites there before that was cited, that was observed and noted to the property manager. And then following that was removed and replaced with a small portion of new wood. So.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Thanks.
As you see here, there's only a few photos like this because we could only do so many different angles to where it would look different, and you'd be able to they'd all look the same at one point. The reason why we wanted to note this is because even in this small sampling, you can see the waving of the floor. Some would state that would be, flexing within the linoleum or something like that. The problem is when we walk that, the floor has give. It has deflection. I don't know how much, but it's noticeable by an adult male walking across it. Mr. Coker is probably 185-pound male that when he walked, he felt the sag in the floor, and this is on an exterior wall. So we've either got structural members that are compromised underneath because of termite, or because water damage, because it's had some form of leak in between the brick facade and the structure, or we've got subfloor damage that has been pre-existing. Either which way, it's a soft floor that is unsafe, and at some point, the rotting or deterioration is going to get far past the line of no return.
Was that a second floor or
Yes.
first floor?
Yes, all of any photos that we placed within the PowerPoint that depict that the presence of floor bowing would have been from the second floor apartment. And I also like to note that this was a very randomized sampling that was actually done at the choice of property manager. When we arrived, there was no set path or predetermined setup for what apartments we would walk through. How we determined that was we allowed the property manager, we advised her to have the maintenance staff to retrieve all keys for that entire building. We would walk in the courtyard and she would advise without knowing what apartment was what. I wanted an example of a made-ready apartment, i.e. that had the remodel done with the new countertops and new flooring and new paint job and all of the new fixtures and whatnot. I want an example of a remodeled, made-ready apartment on the first floor and a post-move out that had not been. And likewise on the second floor. So that gave us a good sampling of old and new, first and second floor from each building, completely randomized at the choosing of property manager. This one, we felt it prudent to put it in. The Bureau Veritas inspector, he's not a fireman, and he was rather uneasy getting onto the roof. We laddered it with our ladder truck, and I went up there with him and stayed in front of him and sounded it as we went. It is what firefighters would call a soft roof. Every step you make, you feel some form of bow, some form of deflection, some uneasy, unsafe feeling. Been a fireman for 20 years, been on many, many roofs. Even when we walk the apartments with the new engineering firm, one-on-one conversations with Mr. Childress, he even noted the only way you know truly what a stable roof feels like is by being on tons of them and knowing what a bad one feels like and what a good one feels like. And we both concurred of, that after a certain amount of years, you're able to determine that. After a certain amount of years, I'm able to determine that if we gotta have a fire, I'm going to be the first one on the last off of this roof if we gotta have to go up there. And I don't really want to put the guys up there.
So you're saying that as you walk across the roof, it was giving a little as you were stepping on it? Okay.
And that could be contributed to the decking. That could be the tar base, the asphalt overlay. There's more. Who knows how many layers of roofing has been applied on top of one another over the years. But that would also lend to it should be slightly stiffer. What was the example here was to compare size foot. That's my size 13 foot and the crack. And if I would have put all of my weight on that crack, it would have begun to compromise the decking. It was that soft. And that portion is where one of the buildings here and one of the buildings here where they meet, because, they all make squares. And it was right here, right where the two join, that you'll see these cracks. And they're consistent on every roof that we walked. So I cannot determine whether that's structural or not, but it is very coincidental that the buildings have that form of stress cracks where the two buildings adjoin everywhere we walked, and with that level of unstableness underneath your feet. Further example of unsafe electrical conditions. Here's one of the apartments that we were invited. We were walking and a mother with her, I believe, 2-year-old was out. They were out on the balcony, and she said, what are y'all doing? Y'all doing an inspection?" We said, "Yes, ma'am. We're here to just, see what all the apartments look like. Please come in." She welcomed us with open arms. She started going on and on about all of the issues that she has complained to property management about. Namely, the biggest one is the roof leak that has been consistent the entire time that she's been a resident there. Off the top of my head, I don't remember how long, but it wasn't a short term. She said, anytime it rains more than a sprinkle, there's a puddle in the floor. And this is actually on the opposite corner from the photo that you just saw with me on the roof. So that's the degree of the severity on the other adjoining corner. As stated before, these are minute, small things, but this was in an apartment that already had a make ready. There wasn't even a fire smoke detector in it. If small things such as that are not maintained, what's the bigger picture? Here we've got a photo of one of the staircases that go to the second floor landing. Now, they were to code on size, dimension, grade at the time. The issue is all of them have such severe damage to them that they would require either replacement or substantial alteration and repair, which would therefore require them, regardless of the unsafe condition, would require them to be brought up to code, the current code. So they would all need to be replaced because you've got damage, as you can see on the top one. And it was odd that every single staircase had at least one or two that were completely bowed out, which lent to the instability on the beams of each staircase. And the railing was, I believe it was 3 foot. So, and it definitely a fault risk. We've got multiple examples of unsecured. That's an unsecured breaker lid where it could just be pulled up.
Back up.
Mhm.
You said unsecured.
Yeah,
How do you secure it?
well, there are screws that actually go. You can pull the faceplate. There's a box cover, and then you've got the cover that's on the inside that is for each individual panel. The basic maintenance of even securing the breaker panel wasn't performed.
So
And
it's
so you
not like
can-
it's a lock. There's screws.
No, screws that
Okay.
actually hold it in place. So all you have to do is lift that, and you can touch the main power feed that goes into the breaker box and goes out, and
Electrocuted.
with a lot of voltage.
Turn.
This one's one of the more noticeables. As you can see, there's a very pronounced dip in the floor. And that is Mr. Coker's boot. He's the one holding the clipboard. Further electrical components that were not to standard.
Wait a minute, back up one.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that electrical wiring wrapped around the railing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Do you guys carry hot sticks?
No, sir. That's what we have on call for.
So you don't know if all this wiring is hot or not?
No.
Okay.
I mean, everything we encountered was something that had to have been powered because it was either from a junction box that had breakers that were on in the on position or exterior lighting, and that I know has been a big what would you call not necessarily just it's safety priority, because obviously the crime deterrent of having the exterior lighting. And so it's over the last few years have been a big emphasis on ensuring that the exterior lighting of all the apartments work. So to my knowledge, at least to a general rule, most of them did work. So before they would be wired.
Okay.
Is there wiring going to the floor? The
To the,
wiring that's coming down the pole?
I believe it goes on the bottom side of the rafter through, because there's a staircase on the back side of that coming up to that landing, and it actually goes underneath that rafter and then goes back up that post.
Oh,
So here's an example of what being told is water damage. As mentioned before, I'm not a termite specialist, but to the bottom left, you can clearly see the grooves where termites like to travel north and south. And like I said before as well, we weren't stating that there was an active current infestation of termites. It could have happened 10, 15, 20 years ago. It doesn't matter. The damage was done by them. And here is an example. This is an exterior wall. So the baseboards that they put in, and this is based on the linoleum floor. This was, I assume, was one of the one that had already been remodeled. So we've got newer features and a remodeled apartment with you know, the niceties that they could provide. I believe it's either 1x2 or 1x3 that they use for the baseboards. Not a dainty little board. It's not a quarter round. Generally straight and true, and especially when they're nailed to the wall with a finish net or a brad nailer or a finish nailer. This is how far the wall is bowed to where it's got separations, and on each side of you can see on the bottom where it starts to come back together. I could only get so much in a photo, but that's how much bowing there is into the sheetrock on the exterior wall. I can only contribute that to either structural member failure or compromise, or sheetrock degradation, something within the actual wall. There's an issue there, but we don't know because it's all covered up. This is something we found consistent in every apartment that we were able to go in. The only variation is if we were able to make access with an apartment that had been remodeled. Obviously, it had a fresh paint job. This does not necessarily fall within the fire code or building, but it's definitely got to be underneath the property maintenance for unsafe conditions, because I don't know if it's black mold, but I can tell you there's a extreme mold that is within all of the internal air vents. So much that some of them have fur. That if they had been remodeled, then the fins would have been white. But once we shine a flashlight within the vent, you could see the mold in all of the air ducts. And this would be consistent with the form of HVAC that the property uses, where it's more of a shared use, so that they're all receiving the same chilled air from one area. So if one's got exposure to mold, they would all have I don't know what form of mold, but mold is mold. Here is another example of wall separation. Now, this is just all you're seeing is the separation between the sheetrock paneling. But you've got a three-way, almost like flexing and contortion that you note in the ceiling corner here of an exterior wall that could only be contributed to some form of flex within that wall structurally, which is now pulling at the sheetrock, the corner caulking, and the years of paint layers. Further evidence of mold. I wish I could zoom in. Is there a way to zoom in? This one, and I believe there's one other. This is a really, really good example of the termite, where you can see the little veins. I think the next one actually is probably even better. But I want to emphasize this because there was a number of rebuttals to these photos, with both a mediation of the damage with replacement of panels, and then an inspection report from a termite inspector that I believe one building out of all of them is the only place he was able to find any evidence of pre-existing termite damage. One out of all five that he inspected, or I don't know if it was 6 or 5. He was only able to find evidence of one that had pre-existing termite damage. I respectfully disagree. We could hear the power humming in this box. This is an exterior box. I don't know what power and what this was powering, what was feeding this, but you could hear it and you could see it. So it was definitely flowing electricity within there. We advised property management while we were there of this, and we were told that the maintenance staff are going to have that one covered up before we left. Because I didn't even get close to that one. But also, you've got the further unsafe condition that the bottom of it is completely rotted out due to water damage, and it's a wooden box with power run to it. Dried wood with hot power run to it.
So you're saying that previous picture was exposed?
This is what we walked up to. This is exactly what we walked up to.
Okay,
That was all the photos are they were plain view with
Okay.
what we were able to see without altering, moving.
Okay.
Here is just wanted to show proof of the aluminum, and when we opened this panel, our building inspector almost had a stroke. So just because it's something he doesn't see, but you don't see this form of wiring. And what the rebuttal from the current engineer, when we did our site survey on the 10th, he advised that he's going to bring in an electrical engineer because he can't speak to this, but so that will be a topic that will be revisited through another engineering report. But I believe that we're of all the agreement that the scene and the apparent wiring issues with aluminum and copper already can convey an unsafe condition.
Did you guys remove the cover off that in order to visualize the wiring, or was there not a plate over it?
That one does have, it's got the lid, but there's no actual panel. So inside of a breaker panel, you got, like we saw earlier, you got the cover, which is just your weatherhead cover, and you also got your additional cover. And this one actually lacked the individual breaker panel cover.
so you walked up to this and took a picture?
Yes.
Well, they would-
No, like the lid, the weatherhead lid. There's two forms of securement outside of a breaker panel.
Okay,
What he's explaining is where the wiring that you're seeing now, there's typically a metal panel under the outlet. So when you open up your breaker box, you've got a metal panel. You don't see the wire.
right,
There is a cover that was present. There was a cover
okay,
under.
okay.
But wouldn't those have like a lock on it so no individual can come up and?
Well, they're traditionally they're screwed on. Usually the only
Yeah,
thing
but
that
even like the cover, shouldn't there be a lock on there where no one can just go up there and open it?
I don't want to misspeak. That might be a part of the property maintenance code. I'm from fire code. There isn't a requirement to have the actual breaker panel cover secured, because there are instances where people may need the emergent need to flip the main breaker and remove power to the building. So I do see there a necessity for that. The only thing that is locked is the actual meter that feeds a main panel, which is also worth noting. When we had the fire incident on September 11th, we had 2 representatives from Encore. These guys know power. It took about an hour and a half for them to attempt to isolate, because there is such convoluted wiring between the building. Obviously, it has the 3 sides. They were unable to isolate any portion because all of the wiring for how many apartments are within that building? Mhm. No, the entire 929 building, so he determined one panel was feeding the entire, which also our inspector advised where that's a current failure, because they do not have individual grounds for each apartments. They didn't have electrical technical terms that I don't want to speak, but there were multiple different violations because it was all ran through one breaker panel. Further evidence of the instability of the floor. Here is a chunk of brick that has fallen off somewhere that's securing the erosion of the soil that you can actually slide up underneath the foundation of that building.
Are there kids in all of these units?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Yes.
What's the difference?
Well, unit being an apartment. Let's
Okay,
make sure we're
okay.
using the right definition.
Okay,
We don't know for a fact that there's a child in
I'm
there.
talking about each unit.
But yes, there
Okay.
are several, you remember the number related to the.
55, I believe, from that are Everman ISD students.
So there are triplets.
Additional photographs of the aluminum wiring and the lack of cover plates for the main breaker panels. This was actually found during our walkthrough, the 901. That was raw sewage that was spewing. We would have never found it had we not done a walkthrough because it was hidden behind the building in between the fence where the backside of the supermarket and the fence along Christopher Avenue. So you wouldn't see this from the roadway. You wouldn't see this from drive-through of the apartment. You had to actually get out and walk through the backside of it. And it was apparent that it had been there for a while. That when we found that, Public Works Director was on site with us, and we advised property management that they needed to remedy this problem immediately, and they contacted hazmat company to go ahead and clean, because this is actually, we determined this was spilling into the parking lot and to the drainage and down Christopher Avenue.
Has that been repaired?
I will say that we have yet to receive an application for a permit for the repairs. There's the standing water that was secondary to the first photo was me pointing the camera to the left. Second photo is me pointing the camera to the right. Those are all close proximity.
Is that just water or is that water and sewage?
Without doing a Petri test,
Okay.
I couldn't
okay.
determine that one, but they are all within a 50-foot radius.
Okay.
Further evidence of termite previous infestation at some point.
You talked about termite damage versus water damage. I don't want to get too far into the weeds here, but regardless, it's wood rot. And
Yes.
is there a difference in an inspection on whether the wood rot is caused via termites or water damage? I mean, as far as the inspection goes, or the.
To the layperson,
No, no, no.
myself, I
I'm
would
saying
say
as far as an inspection that would deem a building unsafe, does it matter whether the damage be caused by termites or by water?
rotten
or
wood is
by
rotten.
fire or any of it? Okay.
Rotten, degrading of the wood is still the same, regardless of the means. This was included for multiple reasons. One, on the day of the fire incident, while we were pulling ceiling, I actually made my way to the bathroom, which is immediately behind the kitchenette in the apartment 21. As I was pulling ceiling, I was just pulling the sheetrock, and when the very first pull, I did the chiller that is located in the bathroom above the bathroom sink, bathroom toilet, and the shower fell out of the ceiling with very little effect from me. And we can see why it would be simple for one of those to fall out of the ceiling, because in this apartment, I believe it's a 1x2 that was placed in the corner to brace the chiller up into the ceiling and brace it on top of what is clearly either rotted or termite in previous infestation, degraded wood that is the brace for this very heavy chiller unit that's in all of the bathrooms of the apartments. So I took that photo and got out. Close up view of those. I wanted to add this in there. This is, I believe, we're getting towards the very end of it. This was actually noticed by Corporal Dabbs and Mr. Coker, the inspector, because when we were walking through, it felt as if we were walking on a slope, and we all mentioned that to one another. And then Mr. Coker stepped back, and we could see where the ceiling line versus the door jamb line was canted, opposing, all within a 15-foot span. So it was apparent why it felt like we were sloping to the right, because the entire hallway was sloping. That is a uncapped exposed wire in one of the common area breezeways.
Landon,
Yes.
you brought up the unit having one panel for the entire building.
Yes.
Is that something that's grandfathered in, or when they remodeled, should that have been moved to the individual units with the remodels?
I have been advised by the building inspector that that is an unsafe condition that they would have had. Being a multifamily dwelling, they would have had to, at the very least, do individual grounds. There would have had to have been some kind of remedy for that. So that it could have been isolated.
No grandfather clause for something like that.
There had to have been some form of isolation for it, which would have been a resolution for us being able to stop power within those 6 apartments within that unit. Instead, we had to cut power to a few extras. So, and that was with the help of Encore, thankfully. We've got evidence of that, and I want to know that I cannot determine whether the step cracking that you're going to see in these next few slides, whether they're structural, the entire structural or not. What I am noting here is that we have structural instability of a brick facade, of a 2-story brick facade, and without actual inspection of the brick ties where they actually join into the wall, where they're the facade, to ensure that they're not going to fall, because there's stress cracks throughout. There are stress cracks in between the first and second floor all over the place. And this also, you could see some form of deflection bowing out. I don't know if it's greater than 1%. But my concern is, while that may not affect the structural stability of the first and second floor or the entirety of the building, what it does affect is the structural stability of the brick facade. And I don't want to venture to guess how many tons of brick that would be collapsing on pedestrians, children. And that is, the photos you're going to see here are of the apartments that are along Christopher, where everybody walks out so they can go down to the gas station and go down to the supermarket. That is the heaviest pedestrian trafficked area. And when a brick wall falls, bad things happen.
Up under that picture, is that, am I seeing grass and then I can see under the building?
Yes, ma'am.
With the cement and then the bricks?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
There, substantial erosion is present in pretty much every, I don't think there's a single building that we encountered that didn't have some form of substantial erosion. That was a cause for concern based on the issues we've seen within the interior walls and interior floor. Now, do I believe, is it reasonable to believe that that erosion of soil from underneath that foundation is the sole contributing factor to what could be a structural compromise and collapse of the building? No, but I believe it's a contributing factor in consideration of the totality of all other things. Further evidence of the stress cracks and fractures within the brick facade. This was one of the things that really caused concern for me. And this is actually on one of the walls where if you stand in line with it from one end to the other, you can see a wavering of the brick facade, where to the naked eye, it looks as if the brick ties that are supposed to be connecting that brick facade to the wall were either let go or weren't present, or there's obvious stress cracks and stress fractures between. That's the top of the first floor going to the second floor. There's only one reason why brick starts to yield like that, and it's because it's giving way. That is a sign that we teach firefighters in rookie school of look at that wall. That's telling you that a structural collapse is possible or evident. And this is from IFSTA manual rookie school 101, and the mayor can attest to this.
So
That
you're
is a form of sign that we tell firefighters that's clear and present.
So you're saying it looks like the bricks are buckling.
Yes.
Okay.
If you see there, the bricks on the left, actually those look to be buckling on the inside versus the ones that were buckling on towards the out on the other one.
So they're imploding is what you're saying.
And also, I'm not a certified contractor, but there's not much I can't do at my home. I don't have any knowledge of it being acceptable remedy to fill cracks in a brick facade with what appeared to be exterior caulk. I don't know. I didn't climb on a ladder to see, but it appeared to be white exterior caulk that they filled all the cracks with, and versus masonry that had been eroded from there. There's additional photos of the stress on the brick line. That would be about the floor level, like at the baseboard of one of the exterior walls on the second floor.
Sorry, can I pause you right here?
Yep.
Can we hear from the city engineer on the brick facade? Proper repairs, how is that typically remedied when you have brick buckling like what he's describing? Sorry, I gotta have you speak into the microphone. So we're on the record, so.
So I mean, I would agree that they'd need to do an inspection of the connection to the building structure itself. And additional foundation inspection on that to just determine the integrity of the wall.
How do you go about conducting an inspection of the brick ties to the building? I mean, is that easy to do? Do you have to remove some brick? How is that done?
I'll be honest with you, I would probably have to defer to who had done the original inspection and see what faults there were and probably get a, additional foundation inspection out there to do.
Okay, I'm just trying to think, 'cause brick ties are typically covered up by the brick, right, when they install it. So I'm just trying to think, how do you inspect that to determine whether or not it's a brick tie failure or just degradation of the grout? I don't know how that's determined, so I'm not sure what methods they use.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, there may be, I don't know if there's non-destructive testing for that. I would need to consult with who had done the original.
Sure. Okay, great. Thank you.
I can relay what the engineer advised when we were on site on the 10th with Corporal Dabbs. The main purpose of that was to determine the scope and complexity of the required inspections that we would have from. And he advised that his initial overview would be to do an elevation study on the foundation, second floor, and roof of all buildings to see any inconsistencies in elevation that would be done with, expensive computer aided. So they would see any kind of deflection by even the smallest hairline. And then once they were able to determine that, they would go further with, because obviously they don't want to go into and start ripping sheetrock off of every building. I understand that. Creates a little bit of heartburn knowing that what could lie underneath, but his steps after would be any building that he found with variations in elevation, then would require a bore scope to be done where they could go in and drill a hole within the sheetrock and be able to get a scope view of the interior of the wall. You could very well do more scope on the backside of the, and to determine if the brick ties were present or not. That would be a minimal destructive inspection. But that would be based upon the data provided in the elevation study that he was going to do with all the buildings top to bottom. Good.
Just to be clear, but an elevation study is for the foundation, not necessarily to determine whether the brick facade is physically connected to the wall.
Yes.
Correct?
So it's
Okay.
it's still limiting. It
Right.
wouldn't necessarily, it doesn't specify that it's going to show any evidence of this. It's only going to provide evidence, variations of elevations within each floor.
Okay. Okay, great, thanks.
And just a few photos here. This is an additional similar crack on the roof line of a building on the opposite end of the complex. This is further structural or fascia board. Regardless, it is wood that is extremely rotten or eaten away to a very deep level that is cause for concern. If it's gone that long, whether it's water or termites, it's been going on for a very long time. And also has got a very pronounced opening to the void spaces in between the exterior and interior, allowing whatever to get in. Continued damage, additional photos of the issues within the brick facade between floor 1 and floor 2. This is something that we noticed on every single one. And this is within the property maintenance code. When an apartment was broken into or a tenant forgot their keys or whatever it may be, and they had to kick the door in, we didn't see a door jamb replacement. We saw a litany of screws or a new 1-by placed in there, but not a door jamb replacement. So we've got most apartments have a piecemeal door jamb, which that's up for debate whether that can be legitimately secured or not. Other breezeways and more electrical components. That one it was the prize winner. Appears to be grounded by the bolt. Yes. That is all I have.
Got a question.
Hopefully I have an answer.
You spent the last hour covering quite a bit. A good portion of this, let me rephrase my question. Quite a few things in here are kind of, I think what I would call low-hanging fruit, pretty easily addressed, not a major deal, simple maintenance. Can you or the engineer or the code enforcement official just briefly, very briefly, just highlight the safety issues so I think it's important. So we could spend all night talking about every not grounded light bulb or every staircase that is missing a bolt. I don't think that's what any of us want to do tonight. Just briefly highlight as a summary the life safety concerns that staff has on this.
I can convey exactly what was expressed to the engineer when we met on the 10th, because he asked a very similar question. Structural and electrical. There are a litany of problems with the electrical that present obvious electrocution hazards in and out of every single building. Then we've got the evidence of structural compromise in all of the adjoining joists and structural members that are run throughout every single building. So would a finite specific inspection would not be able to determine the degree of instability. It is a wide spectrum inspection that has to occur of the structural components and the damage that is incurred. So structural and electrical.
Perfect. No, I think that's great.
So is it safe for the residents? That's all the boss. In the state that you're in.
In a brief statement, absolutely not. I wouldn't put my family there. I wouldn't live there, and I know how to work on the stuff. No. I won't put my guys on the roof if it's on fire. I don't trust that building. And it's proven time and time again to not be trusted.
Anything else? Okay, with that being said, the time is 7:51. We are going to take a 5-minute bio break before we proceed.
Just a quick note, your mics aren't hot still. I'm gonna go over there and mute them. So before you have any conversation, I'll mute it while we go off the record. You just gotta give me a second.
Thank you, Chief.
I know you are.
I think the line died down. Could I run just very 30 seconds to the restroom? Sorry, there's. Let me find out. I apologize. I think we can ask them for the power. He says he's here on the Zoom.
Yeah, Kartik, I'm here. I'm just waiting for the next session.
Oh, thank you. Yes.
I think that's.
Yeah, maybe.
Kartik, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so I'm here. I'm just waiting for what's the next step.
Okay.
I will give you the proper cue. Sorry.
All right, so
Thank you.
we'll call our meeting back to order.
8:01.
Time is 8:01. I will now accept a presentation from the property owner, lien holder.
Thank you, everybody. My name is Perrin Formby. I'm one of the council representing Paradise Apartments. What we'd like to do first is sort of. I need to talk a little louder. Okay, sorry about that. What we'd like to do first is kind of showcase that we do have a proposal for everyone that sort of describes the things that have been done and what there is to go on in the future. That's the plan. That's the recommendation that we would ask. And also then what we'd like to do is have an opportunity to ask some questions of Mr. Watley And then we will have one of our own engineers, licensed engineer, who's Tony. You guys have heard him, Anthony, Tony Childress, who's available. And then we'll also have a representative of our ownership and management group who will also present some information. And so I'll sort of go over the summary of what we've got here, and then I think we'll ask some questions of Mr. Watley that can hopefully confirm some of these things and go through some of these pieces. But a lot of these issues, many of the issues that you will have seen presentation of have been addressed in different ways. We also provided the council and the board with photographs of some of those repairs. I don't know if you've had a chance to review them today, but we'll talk about some of those. But one of the first things that happened is there was an inspection from Childress Engineering Services, and we submitted that report early this evening. We were updating it as much as we could beforehand. The first thing I would ask is, has the council had an opportunity to receive that latest report as well? Okay, excellent.
Your reports, but we just got them late today, and the meeting was 15 minutes late because we were getting the papers. So we have not had a chance to look at anything.
I understand. And so what I'll do is I'll summarize it briefly, some of those pieces. Mr. Childress will also provide some testimony on that front. The foundation was inspected, and he is licensed in this. You're going to hear he is as expert as you can get. In fact, one of the conferences he's at now is in exactly this kind of issue. That's the reason he's not here in person, is because he was giving a presentation about foundational and other related matters. He's going to explain why this is not a structural failure. The brick facade was inspected, and he also inspected that. He's going to provide you information about why that is not a structural issue and why it was not a health and safety issue. There was a termite inspection that was completed, which was one of the things that was specifically listed in these various inspection reports, and no active infestation was discovered. The stairs were inspected. You saw some photos of stairs that needed to be reattached and stringers that needed to be reattached in some way. Those were done. We have supplied you with photographs of some of those reattached stairs so that you can see. The stairs that were not fully secured were reattached to the structure. The external wiring, cables, conduits, and fixtures that you saw various photographs of, those have been secured. We provide you to use some photographs of those types of repairs, as well as the fixtures that have been addressed on that front. The panel covers and panel fronts for the electrical boxes, those were replaced, secured, and locked as necessary. There were some questions about securing them. We have put locks, actual padlocks, on several of those so that you can see what what's done there. We tested there was I believe that there's been some mention in the inspection reports about hot water. We tested to confirm hot water in buildings 901, 917, 928, and 929. Those were the only potential buildings that had issues based on the inspection reports. We did only do a sampling of that. You'll hear a representative explain a little bit why about that was. One of the big problems we had is we never got any indication of what units supposedly had hot water issues. And so we did a sampling, and then we reviewed some other things. We tested sample second floor units in all buildings for moisture readings because of the concern about leaks and roof leaks. As you may recall, there was very heavy rains here recently. We waited until a couple of days after that so that if there was any water leak, it would permeate down, and we checked for moisture readings. We've given samples of those. We were not able to identify the unit that was listed in the photos because that was never disclosed to us. So we don't know what unit that potentially was. If so, we would have gone to that location as well. We confirmed that the photos you saw of a sanitary sewer leak, that was the result of a clean out occurring at almost the exact same time as the inspection was happening. There was a plumbing clean out and inspection of things that were going on. We've provided you guys with receipts for those. And I'm not expecting you to go through all the documents now. I'm just sort of summarizing it. We've provided you with receipts of the plumbing work that happened that shows when it happened. We also did subsequent work, subsequent plumbing work to go through and make sure that there was clean outs that took place. We performed an inspection, repairs, and then the sewage that you saw, as you heard testimony from Mr. Watley, it was we had a biological remediation company come out immediately and get that out. The wood panels on the exterior of the building identified as having moisture or termite damage. We've provided photos to you of those that show that we inspected, remediated, and replaced those as necessary. And for those framing, those external sort of non-structural but facement panels, when we did those replacements, we looked underneath to determine if there was any sort of underlying damage, studs or framing or something of those lines. And as necessary, it was replaced. And you'll hear about the extent of that was done. I will say there are some questions that we will have about some of these photos for Mr. Watley as well, because we can't identify exactly where those things were located because we don't know where they were pointing to. And so that was one issue. We do have a proposed action plan that you can see as well. We'll talk about that a little bit more at the end, but that involves repairing those joists that you saw from Unit 929. And then also performing the relative elevation survey that was specifically discussed. You'll hear testimony from Mr. Childress about how that will operate and what the purpose is behind it, and how the sampling activity would work. The deflected stair treads will be remediated, and then there will be a sampling inspection of junction boxes as well to determine which ones need to be covered. And then as we continue to perform additional inspection work, if things are necessary or are determined to be remediated, then at that point we will do that. So for example, if there was some type of a panel that was being replaced and there was a notice that there was any type of wood rot or structural damage underneath, at that point it would be done. If there is some stringer or tread or stair out there that wasn't properly secured as we went through and looked and there was still missing one, at that point we would do it. So that's generally the plan. And then if the council would approve, I would like to ask some questions of Mr. Watley to get started. Chief Watley, I apologize. Chief Watley.
I've got one question before we go there, just because you highlighted, if it's okay for me to ask.
Absolutely.
You talked about the plumbing. I was just trying to pull up the receipts and I see you mentioned that the photos that were in here that were reportedly indicative of a sewer collapse or sewer leak were due to a clean out. And I'm trying to look at the receipt that you mentioned that references that. It looks like the only invoice I can find around that time was actually dated 2 days after the inspection date, dated February 16th. The inspection date was February 14th. So I just want to gain clarification there because I know that during the inspection, city staff advised management that issue had to be resolved immediately and they called a plumber there then. So I guess just some clarification that we're certain, or you're certain, or you're testifying that you're certain that this was not a sewage leak and that the receipt that indicates the clean out was not post sewer collapse.
Would you mind, Mr. Moss, to answer that?
It doesn't matter to me, Mayor. It's up to you. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, one of the sewer lines got clogged and it was a backup and that's why all the sewage pulled out. Junior Plumbing came out the same night to fix the problem. He did not bill me till 2 days later because of the emergency. So he unclogged the drain.
The unclogging is going on at the time of the inspection.
Gotcha. Okay. So we're saying the sewage leakage or the sewer leakage was due to a block line
blockage, yeah.
that you had a contractor come out
Yeah.
to clear.
And
okay.
One of our guys tried to do it as snake. He couldn't get to it. And we were in the process of calling a plumber to take it.
Perfect. That's what I need. Thank you.
At this time, if it would be appropriate, we'd like to ask some questions of Chief Watley.
Yes.
And Chief Watley, one of the things that we will be taking a look at is the inspection reports that were prepared. Do you have copies of these? I can give you a copy if it would be helpful.
You could provide a copy. I have them online, but it would
Absolutely
require me to.
Chief Watley, my understanding was that these inspection reports were prepared and Mr. Coker prepared these and did the inspection as well. That's his name on the bottom there. Is that correct?
Yes,
And I'm going to have to do my best to ask questions of you about Mr. Coker because he's not here. And
yes,
so I'll do what I can. The inspection reports were also the basis for the dangerous structure administrative order, correct?
that
I'll give you a copy of that document too.
that we had already moved forward with that determination. The inspection was requested and required to determine the severity.
And I guess what I'm asking is the things that are checked off in that administrative order, those were based on the results of the inspections that had been performed before that. Is that accurate?
Ask that one more time.
Sure. The dangerous structure administrative order, it has a list of, it's multiple pages long, 8 pages long or so. This is the one that was signed by Mr. Coker on February the 22nd.
Yes,
And these are a number of boxes that are checked off here that indicate dangerous conditions or substandard conditions.
yes,
And those were based on the results of these inspections that took place on February the 14th.
accompanied with the previous inspection by Shane Crease, performed back in December of the 929 building.
Okay. And when you say the inspection of the 929 building, was that the engineering report that was prepared that you were talking about?
That was, the engineering report was secondary to Shane, his inspection.
Okay.
That was what prompted the request for a professional structural engineer's assessment.
Okay. And that was after originally after the fire in building 929.
Yes,
And one of the things that was mentioned various times was code issues or other types of things, but the fire in building 929 was not caused in any way by any of the issues that you have described today, correct?
no, that incident was not.
Okay. And also you've mentioned a number of concerns and structural issues and electrical issues and all those types of things. None, after that building 929 fire, there were no collapses. There was no building that fell down. No firefighters got injured. None of the things that were going on as potential issues today happened even after that fire occurred and all the water was put on it to put that fire out.
Well, I advised that the chiller unit that was in the bathroom did fall out of the ceiling during the overhaul phase of the fire incident.
That was when you were inspecting it and pulled some things apart and then it fell down.
When I removed drywall from the ceiling area, the remaining structural members gave way, falling down in the bathroom.
But at the time of the fire, when the firefighters were coming through, when those units were occupied, all that time, there was no damage, no harm. Nobody suffered anything as a result of a floor caving way or any of these other types of issues.
No.
Okay. And there was no belief that any of the wiring or anything relating to the building 929 contributed to the fire, caused any secondary effects or anything along those lines.
I could not determine that we found the uncat that it was a contributing factor to that immediate, the cause and origin of that fire was the cooktop stove, but we couldn't, I couldn't tell you, I couldn't determine if there was any other possible arcing during the time of, I wasn't there whenever the initial fire incident, when it was burning inside, previous to our arrival on extinguishment, but.
And I guess the thing that I'm just trying to understand is, so there's been some potential things that could happen in the future with these buildings. That's been a concern.
Yes.
Even though there was a fire that went through at least one unit, and even though there was a bunch of water put on the fire and a bunch of destruction that happened as a result of cleaning that up, you didn't see any structural collapse. Any of these harms that could happen in the other buildings didn't happen in that building when the fire was going on, or as a direct result of that you saw.
As stated, the collapse within the bathroom, but due to the quick actions of the fire department, performing extinguishment operations with the fire, was not able to go through the fire break sheetrock deck.
Okay. And also one of the things, it sounds like there were two categories of issues that were broadly still remaining as issues, and it was structural and electrical.
Yes, sir.
And when you mentioned structural, you said evidence of structural compromise.
Yes.
And so what generally, when we're talking about the evidence of structural compromise, which things are we talking about? Are we talking about the facade and the roof and the foundation and the floor joists? Are those the four?
As stated, it is a all-encompassing. Now, the greatest concern is the structural supporting members. That is the wall, studs, the floor joist, etc. But it also encompasses the brick facade, because while it is not going to lend to a terminal failure of the structure, it will lead to a catastrophic failure of the brick facade, which is therefore attached to the structural members. And that's why I say it's all encompassing, because with much like the roof, truss style roof, one key point fails, it is typically a domino effect.
Okay.
And that is not, I'm not an engineer. I'm not, I have that background. I have 20 years of firefighting experience and seeing the things that have failed and when they fail and secondary failures. And I'm speaking from that experience.
And so that sort of leads to one of my questions I wanted to confirm. You're not a building engineer, a licensed engineer. You don't have any certifications in foundation, brick, roofing, any of that kind of stuff that would allow you to render opinions on those things?
I have a professional opinion that is of a fire chief, the safety and the due regard of citizens and my firefighters, and the condition of a structure previous to my firefighters entering and tenants inhabiting, and whether it's going to be a safe enough situation for us to go in and them to live in. That is my professional opinion, but it doesn't have an engineering background, but it has 20 years of experience in structural firefighting background.
Okay. And Mr. Coker, to your knowledge, and I'm asking you about this. If you don't know, I understand. He's not a licensed engineer or has any structural certifications in order to evaluate the foundation, the roofing, the deflection, all of those types of things.
I do not know.
Okay. You don't have any, do you have any knowledge that he does have that?
I'm sure that I could go pull we have a binder that has all of the capabilities of Bureau Veritas.
Okay.
We have contracted their services because they're the resident expert, and at the very least, they've got a base knowledge that allows them to defer to an engineer if they do not have the carnal knowledge of.
And so if there is an engineer, a licensed engineer, or somebody who is a structural engineer or something along those lines, then you would defer to their opinions on those issues relating to structure and foundation?
Absolutely. And AJ Engineering confirmed my concerns, at least in the initial 6 apartments.
And so that's one of the other things I wanted to mention is, so AJ Engineering was the engineer that was by Paradise Apartments, and they only looked at the 6 units in building 929, that burned building, correct?
Yes.
So none of the information that's from that AJ Engineering report relates to any of the other 4 buildings?
No.
Okay. And you mentioned electrical. You said there were obvious hazards.
Yes.
We sent, and I think it looks like you reviewed the photos about the wiring, the conduit, and those types of things. Since you've reviewed those photos of those types of fixes, does that address the wiring and the conduit issues from those photographs where we saw things externally?
I could not objectively answer that without having visually seen that, nor having one of our third-party inspectors go and perform an actual inspection, because there was no permit ever pulled either.
Do you know if a permit's necessary in order to fix those types of issues?
If it's involving electrical repairs of this magnitude, absolutely. This is a commercial occupancy. It's a commercial building.
So moving those wire conduits, do you know if those were low voltage or high voltage?
We weren't consulted. I don't know. We
Okay.
We had no knowledge of any mediations performed following our inspections.
Okay. And the panels that needed to be replaced, you saw there were photos of those panels being replaced and secured, right?
We received this we were actually out on fire up until 5:15. So I received this and I had about 4 minutes to scan through. I did see one that caught my eye was one box that had a plywood cover placed over it, which concerned.
I think that's important because you mentioned several times about the photos that you reviewed that we had supplied. So I assume that you looked through all of them.
I scanned through.
Okay.
Briefly. I hadn't had a whole lot of time.
And the photos that had the secured boxes with the metal plates and the locks on them, that was addressing the issue of an unsecured box that you were concerned about.
Based upon what you have provided me, that is an acceptable break box.
And I guess what I should say also is you haven't been out there to inspect this, right? But those are the types of things that you wanted to see done in order to address the concerns relating to unsecured boxes.
Unsecured boxes, but what was underneath the unsecured box is what really concerned me. The electrical within the buildings. That's what really concerned me.
And it sounds like today you mentioned the issue of copper and aluminum wiring being used. That's not anywhere in any of the inspection reports that you guys provided, is it? That there is a problem with copper wiring meeting to aluminum wiring?
It didn't go into the intricacies of the scientific reasoning for why aluminum wiring is not advised to be utilized in current standards. And if Mr. Coker was here, he would be able to answer to that. But I didn't. I did not complete these inspection reports. So that's actually through him.
Okay, so but if we look at these inspection reports, you've got them in front of you. I'd love to ask Mr. Coker, but I don't have him. So I guess I'm kind of left with you because you were talking about these things. Nowhere in these inspection reports does it identify anything about copper wiring connect to aluminum wiring. Do you ever recall mentioning that as an issue to Mr. Childress when you had the walkthrough with him and said that has to be fixed?
We didn't go into specificities during our walkthrough. He wanted a scope of and to understand, because his response to me was he's not an electrical engineer. He is going to defer to bring in a third party electrical engineer to survey that. He actually cut me off when we started to go into the electrical side of it and specified he wouldn't be doing that. He would be bringing in a third party.
So then is it fair to say the first time you've ever mentioned anything about aluminum and copper wiring together is at this hearing this evening?
Absolutely not. We did on site. We did on first and second walkthrough.
Who did you mention it to at Paradise Apartments who was with you that needed to be remediated or fixed or changed in some way?
Everybody that was there. And give me a moment. I'll scan through here and double check and see if it was or was not cited, or if they're do you have the originals where he handwritten? I'd have to defer to the handwritten. There was an initial inspection report that Mr. Coker did on site, and when he leaves, he summary within the official reports. But I know that he.
Of the Midtown is the latent 15 minutes, please.
Sir, I think someone. Thank you.
And also, he is in the report. He's generalizing. He states faulty electrical wiring.
And
there has not been any requests or questioning of to the exactly what is faulty electrical wiring. So because that would obviously had to be permitted and then gone through an inspection process.
You mentioned that you suspected that there was problems with the tie-ins between the copper and aluminum. Did you visually inspect any of the copper and aluminum tie-ins to see if they?
I did not say that I inspected. I'm merely stating that we have been advised by property maintenance that they have went in and during their remodels, they have replaced the outlets and the individual electrical components within. And we can confirm coming from the breaker panel that that is the main feeders, the 10 gauge, 12 gauge, 14 gauge wiring is aluminum based. So while as an assumption based upon what we've been advised by property maintenance, that they have replaced them with current electrical components. So, but I did not visually inspect. I'm basing this upon what I'm being told by representatives from the apartments.
And so you have no idea, as you sit here today, about any of the tie-ins between the copper and aluminum wiring, if in fact there is a copper and aluminum wiring tie-in.
lends to impossibility. If there's aluminum coming from the breaker panel and there's copper, they don't sell aluminum outlets at electrical stores. So then they've had to at some point conjoin the two.
Right. I'm asking you, there was a testimony from the engineer that said you can tie these things in. There's a way to do it, right? There's a way to do it that meets code. Even though you're not an electrical engineer, you know that.
Yes.
And what I'm asking is you haven't seen any of those tie-ins, so you have no evidence that there is any actual problem between those two connections.
If we had a permit and an inspection report, we could provide you evidence, but we've never been requested with a permit and been able to provide an inspection of said jobs.
I get it. You can just say no. I'm just asking the question if it's
My
there.
answer is my answer.
Okay. Because what you're doing is you're guessing at a lot of things that you haven't seen. I think one of the things that you said is, you know, we haven't seen all of this, but it stands to reason we assume that everything else is bad because I see this problem with external wiring, for example. I think you mentioned because the lighting is not set up the way that we would want it to, then we're going to assume that the internal wiring in these buildings is also bad. Is that a general summary of what you said?
That you yourself have cited a sampling. I as well advised we performed a sampling. If that sample proves to be a code violation, then a reasonable person could infer that based upon the sample, the rest would follow suit. If there's a code violation present when we're sampling this.
But you were using an external wiring source of a light that wasn't covered to somehow indicate that the internal wiring in the building was faulty and not to code. Is that?
No.
Okay.
I'm citing the presence of aluminum wiring coming from every breaker panel that we were able to access and being advised that they have updated outlets and the internal electrical components of the apartments as they remodel to do code compliant pieces.
And just to confirm on this, the code, when they are putting in new outlets or when they're doing anything to repair or remodel, unless it's a certain level of demolition and destruction and reinstall entirely, they don't have to meet the new code. They need to meet the previous or then existing 1968 code.
If it's an unsafe condition, that is irrelevant. And if without an inspection up by an electrical engineer or our electrical inspector and building official, that I can't determine whether it's an unsafe condition or not, if we're hypothesizing this.
You mentioned that the unsafe condition from the fire department supersedes that building code. Where does that come from? Where are we going to find that somehow the determination of fire department or some other source about a dangerous condition supersedes building code?
It's in the front matter of the 2018 International Fire Code. And the definition of dangerous structure and dangerous condition.
And so if
deemed by the authority having jurisdiction.
So if there is a determination that it's a dangerous condition, in this case that you determine that the wiring is unsafe, then it doesn't matter what the building code says.
My determination is based upon what I am being advised by inspectors. Because I am not the electrician, I am not the first person inspector. I'm being advised by the experts that we have consulted with.
And the inspector, Mr. Coker, you're not aware of him being a certified electrician or electrical engineer or something along those lines?
I cannot speak to those specific qualifications.
As you sit here today, have you consulted with anybody who is an electrical or a foundation or a mechanical or a building engineer in reaching these conclusions?
We've requested it. We've got, other than AJ Engineering, that is the only one we've received. And like I stated before, they confirmed the unsafe conditions that we deemed present on the initial inspection. That's the only engineer that we've been able to request and receive.
And AJ Engineering requested that a licensed engineer inspect the foundation and give an opinion and report, correct?
Yeah, I don't recollect. I don't remember.
You don't remember what the recommendations were from AJ Engineering?
I don't remember the specific one you're citing.
Okay.
Without the report in front of me.
So let's look at the inspection reports. Let's look at the first one. This one, project number 2024. This is in the packet I just handed you, 004419. This one was for building 900. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did you and Mr. Coker, I just want to make sure before we go into these, you guys made sure that the information in each of these inspection reports was accurate when it was prepared and before it was signed, right?
I cannot speak to Mr. Coker's what he prepared and how his method of preparation for this inspection report.
So we don't know if this information is accurate?
I can confirm that he is attesting that is accurate, and to my knowledge, to my accompanying him and visually seeing what he was citing as a code compliance issue or code violation, I could confirm that he has listed what he cited as we did the walkthrough.
Well, I guess then let me just simply, do you believe that the information in this inspection report is accurate as you sit here today?
Yes.
Okay, so my first question is, it says building 900 at the top, right? Subdivision business name, Paradise Apartments, building 900.
Yes.
And then at the bottom, under permit number, it says 3035-900, which presumably means there's a permit for building 900 to inspect it.
No, that is the inter-office Bureau Veritas number.
Oh, so, okay, that's just their internal number.
Yes.
As you go through the inspection reports, it seems to match up with the building,
Yes.
but at the top here, it says building 929 exterior is what was inspected. And so I guess I'm trying to understand, is this for building 929 or is this for building 900?
I can't speak to what he placed in there.
Well, you know that there's 24 units in each building that can potentially be occupied.
Yes.
And you would also agree that just because one building is substandard, if in fact it is, that doesn't mean that you should kick the individuals out of all 5 buildings.
That's what we're here to determine.
Right. But you understand that we need to make that determination on a building by building basis.
And that's why we did a randomized sampling. And there's body worn body camera footage that was worn the entire time during this inspection as well.
Right. So do you understand that it matters if this report is about 929 or 900?
I understand.
I mean, when we're trying to figure out what issues need to be addressed or remediated.
I can convey that what we discussed was the issues were consistent within every single building. And so I am merely assuming that that was a typo because the issues that were found, as stated, are consistent throughout the entire complex. Every building had examples of similar code violations throughout.
Okay, so also we don't know what units you inspected.
And as we advised your partner, that we could go back and review body worn body camera, and we could pull exactly what unit was inspected the day of.
These were inspected in February. We're now 2 months later in April. Do you realize we've asked you repeatedly to tell us which units were inspected and you've never told us?
That's incorrect. We advised him that we would go back and review, and he advised us that he would not, that he wasn't good, that in the grand scheme of things, he wasn't going to ask us to go back and review all of that footage. That's what he told. Otherwise, we would have went back and reviewed that footage to find out the specific unit numbers. That was the conversation that was had with the attorney and the city manager.
So what we do know, though, is that we can't find out which units these are based on this report.
We can.
Well, you didn't. Is there some reason you didn't just put it down? Because one of the examples is you had a photo about a
You're asking
leaking.
me a question about a report that I did not generate, nor did I type, nor did this is through Mr. Paul Coker.
The problem I
cannot
have is
answer
that
that.
you're the one who's here to testify. You just gave us a long presentation about all the things that were present that's documented in this inspection report, and I'm trying to go through it. And Mr. Coker's not here to talk to, but you said you were here right with him.
No, you're asking me specifics about what he has listed and how he typed it and what unit number he placed within here. I can't answer for him of why he did not actually write in the unit number that was inspected. I can't answer that one.
Okay. The item 1, evidence of rotted and decayed wood in the exterior of the building. That's not a structural issue that will cause the building to collapse, is it?
It is evidence that was consistent with the other apartments that we found to be substandard.
That's not evidence that a building is going to collapse, is it?
It is evidence of structural compromise, damage to structural members that we found consistent with that initial building.
And you saw that we provided you photographs that those areas where there was evidence of decayed wood were remediated and fixed, right?
Of fascia board, I saw no evidence of structural members that were mediated.
Right. Well, I mean, yes, but at least the facial boards, and
You
we'll have
cited
somebody
that,
who will
but you never
testify
showed.
about the structural.
You cited that you did as you went through. There's no, within your documents and photos, there's no evidence that you provided of replacement of structural member replacement while you did that. All we see is evidence of new fascia board placed over what was previously seen damage.
And to clarify, you have no evidence that any of the structural supports underneath any of those areas were actually damaged, that it was anything more than just facial issues.
No, that's why we're here, is to
Okay.
have the further inspection. Is to see the depth of the inspection report that you provided that has the termite. Well, I see evidence that we had termite mitigation, but yet we don't have any. I understand there's no active infestation, but we've got treatments. So
Right. And that inspection report you talked about, it showed that there was termite infestation in one building previously, but in the other buildings, it identified water damage was actually what was the issue in those buildings. Isn't that correct? Since we've got limited time, I'll represent to you that that's what those termite inspections showed. Do you have any reason to disagree that it showed water damage in other locations?
I have reason to disagree with the accuracy of this report based upon the minimal findings that it cites of, we have evidence of proof of far more, whatever they may be, termite or water damage. We have proof of further extent of damage. And this report cites 3 isolated locations within all the buildings that he inspected.
Okay. The treads that need to be repaired on the steps, those can be fixed in place. They don't need to be removed. Isn't that correct?
I'd have to defer to a structural engineer on if they've got to be completely replaced or not, and whether they need to meet the code on for the handrail height. And
Well, just a minute ago, you said they had to be removed and then the new stairs would have to be installed up to current code. So I guess let me ask, do you have any expertise in the building code in order to make that determination about whether the treads can be removed or repaired in place?
Mr. Coker does, and he was the one who advised that the day of walkthrough.
Okay. We had also talked, there's also notes in these inspection reports about numbers 2, 3, and 4, for example, talk about code compliance. Those references in those inspection reports are about meeting current code. Isn't that what these are about?
Which one? Yes.
Number 3 and 4, stairs non-code compliant, guardrails non-code compliant. Those were evaluating those items in light of the current code, not the then existing 1968 code.
To my knowledge, like I said, I cannot speak for our third-party inspector who provided this report. But as we were doing walkthrough, he is also the one who would be doing a certificate of occupancy inspection for all of these units to be lived in currently. And he cited that because to him, they would not be to the code that would be allowed within the property management code, I believe is what he was stating. But I'm merely trying to recollect conversation as we were walking through.
We'll defer to Mr. Coker on that one.
Yeah.
Because the roof that you walked on, you only walked on building 928. Isn't that right? Did you check any other roofs?
We did a scuttle hole on I believe it was 901. Because they had to bring the attic ladder out. So And then if we laddered with the aerial device, we only laddered the one, but had to get on the other because there was electrical components that were going off, and then that's how had got witness on that.
So you were on two roofs, walked two roofs, or one roof, do you know?
Walked 361, had witness of two.
And when you say witness of, was that
We
with?
were able to visualize the roof line of the other one.
Well, so I guess the question I have is you say roof, or these inspection reports say roof soft and spongy on three of the different, on multiple units. And you've sort of suggested that, you say, when you were pointing this out, you said that there were roof issues on multiple units or roof leaks. Is it basically building 928, is that the only one where there was a roof that was soft and spongy that may be in need of replacement?
Well, we were also citing the evidence of roof leaks that were visible underneath within the apartments noticed from the underside.
But
I know he's citing.
Sure. As I'm understanding it, though, the big safety concern that you had with the roofs is that somebody could be walking on them and fall through.
That's you're manipulating my words.
If I'm wrong, that's
because it's not a general area that individuals, a resident would be walking on the roof. Is it a concern if there was a fire incident and a firefighter had to get on there? Yes, absolutely. But for the general public, no. But as we addressed, I'm looking at the total evidence of possible compromise, and that was a contributing factor that said there's either rotted deck, there's rotted structural members, which was confirmed by AJ Engineering once they were able to look at all of the truss within under the roof line. Those are all contributing factors that make me fearful that there is further decay and degradation of the structural members underneath, and that softens. Now, I'm not necessarily worried of a citizen walking on the roof line and falling through, because they shouldn't be up there.
So is the primary concern with the roofs the leaking, or is it the structurally it falling down? I'm trying to figure it out because we're trying to take these things piece by piece. And so I want to figure that out in terms of a structural perspective.
If a roof fails, the walls underneath it fail.
Okay. So
if the decking fails and it allows a water leak, that creates further hazards underneath with electrical, with structural, and then we have further failures. This is you're trying to piecemeal this as a one specific thing, and it's not. A structure is a combination of walls and members and beams and electrical lines that are going. They're all interconnected, and if one fails, one yields, the entire thing has a greater probability of failing.
and there was one roof that you saw in building 929 that you saw from the inside because of AJ Engineering's photos. And none of those beams and none of those structures looked like they were rotting or damaged, with the exception of one that had been cut. Isn't that true?
I believe we saw evidence that there was others, that there was multiple decking photos where there was obvious rot.
Only one of these inspection reports lists a foundation issue, which is this is on the one that we were just looking at, building 900. Foundation appears to be heaving. None of the other ones list anything about the foundation heaving or any problems. Do you have any memory or knowledge of any structural foundation issues on any of these other buildings? And if so, I know I'm trying to multiply questions so that we can save some time. Do you have any idea why those weren't included in the inspection reports?
I can't answer to what Mr. Cover cited in their inspection reports. I could say that we found evidence of erosion under the vast majority of the foundations, but as to the structural integrity of the foundation, I can't answer to that.
And you mentioned about erosion. You don't know, you mentioned that there was like 1 inch or 2 inches of deflection or movement. You don't know what the standards are for determining when a foundation or erosion or anything is going to be unsafe.
I stated what AJ Engineering cited in their inspection report, and I did not advise that 1 inch is the standard, but what I was told by the current engineer on our walkthrough, when I cited the possible issues with the foundation or brick facade, he advised that the 1 inch is the standard. That's what he told us that day.
Okay.
I don't know, but like we said before, we defer to the resident expert engineer.
Okay. And so again, it's safe to say that you would defer to a structural engineer about these types of issues. Is that the same thing with the facade? You mentioned the buckling or something else along those lines that you were worried it was going to fall. You would defer to a structural engineer about an analysis of whether cracking or bowing or anything else is an issue or likely to cause a problem, or it's just, just something that you would visually cause a difference on. You would defer to an engineer on that.
I would defer to an engineer after an engineer has done a detailed inspection and assessment, not a visualization.
Okay. Because a visual inspection wouldn't be sufficient to make a conclusion about something.
Not a definitive about one specific factor. You're asking about once again, you're being specific. I can't, I know what you're trying to cite. Well, you're trying to make this conclusion or determination, but you're speaking about one factor, and that has been referred to an engineer. We're not talking about one factor. We're talking about a total accumulation of factors. I know. I see what you're doing.
Okay. You also mentioned that you can't determine whether stress cracks are structural. So all those stress cracks that we see, or all those cracks on the facade, or you don't have any conclusion about whether those are structural and are going to cause the facade to fall down.
So I think we're at a definition crossroad, because when you're saying structural, based upon what I've read from that y'all presented today, your structural defers to the key structural floor joists and studs and whatnot. And the engineer the day of the walkthrough from Childress, he also cited that the brick facade is not structural. And that's why I mentioned, I agree that it's not a structurally, the walls and joists do not rely upon the brick facade to remain standing. But the dangerous situation that presents itself with the collapse of a brick facade, that's what we're citing.
Many of the issues that were identified in the inspection reports, there's about between, let's call it 12 to 15 issues in each of these. Many of those have been addressed and remediated in some way. You would agree with that?
I would not. I don't have carnal knowledge of that, so I can't agree with that. I've seen evidence of some light fixtures that have been changed out and some wood paneling that has been replaced. That's what I've seen.
Okay.
A few lag screws that have been placed in stairwells.
Evidence of rotted and decayed wood on exterior building. We've shown you photographs of all of those places where you put up photos of it existing. Those had been remediated with, I will say, 1 or 2 exceptions. That roof picture that was identified as being in building 900. We couldn't find it because it wasn't in building 900. So it may have been in one of the other buildings, but all those other places you saw how that rotted and decayed wood in the exterior of the building had been remediated, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the evidence of termites on the exterior, there was a termite inspection done and there's no evidence of any active infestation, correct?
Active infestation.
Okay. And the stairs code non-compliant treads bent, that hasn't been fixed in all the situations, but the stairs were attached to the structure and that was done, correct?
I can't confirm or deny whether they have all been fixed. I've seen a photo evidence of 1 or 2 that have been.
Sure. And assuming that has been done, right? Or that kind of thing.
Not assuming, we're just trying to find the evidence. So.
Aren't you assuming that there's wiring problems even though you haven't seen it?
I'm basing my probable cause based upon the evidence that is provided.
Okay. Do you have probable cause that the panel covers and panel fronts have been replaced?
Like that. That's good. Like I stated before, I can't confirm because I have not done a walkthrough and inspection of the entire property. I can only base my agreement with what you provided.
And seeing the photos of the panels installed with locks on them, would you agree if that was done, then that addressed that issue?
For those specific panels, yes.
And as to the open J boxes, one of the things I think that Mr. Childers discussed with you was doing a sampling of the J boxes throughout all the buildings to see if they needed to be closed. And you guys had discussed doing a 10% sampling. Is that something that you remember?
He explained his methodology of sampling, and during that conversation, I agreed that, that was without knowledge of a formal system. That was a simplified version of what we were doing with our initial walkthrough.
Okay. Did you agree that a 10% sample? And for those people who may want to know, the J boxes effectively, those are boxes that might need some type of junction boxes that may need a cover on them in order to be code compliant under the then existing code.
Yes, and that was specific to the discovered exposed box when we were doing the overhaul on the fire pump. That was specific to that one issue.
And in that one fire damaged building, you identified that there were J boxes that were open.
Yes.
And you didn't identify it in any of the other buildings because you didn't inspect those J boxes.
We did not. We only pulled sheetrock in that one building or in that one unit.
So I guess I'm confused then if you didn't inspect any of the other buildings other than the burned building, which was 929, and all four of these inspection reports.
Unit 21.
Unit 21 in the burn building.
Yes.
Yes. You didn't inspect the J boxes in any of the buildings other than building 929, but every single one of these inspection reports says there were open J boxes.
So on the walkthrough, it was presented the evidence. There was multiple different junction boxes through just the exterior that were exposed. What the initial cause for concern was specific to with the fire department was the one that was behind the drop ceiling that when they performed the remodel that they do now the lower so they can affix the cabinetry. That is what we were discussing, and there was no opportunities to inspect those without actually breaching the drywall. The junction boxes that are cited within these inspection reports are consistent throughout all. I mean, you can see all the evidence within all the photos of open junction boxes.
So the open junction boxes for every single one of the buildings in these inspections were the ones that we saw photos of that needed panels on them or need to be secured.
As stated, there's a sampling. That is not an entirety.
And the one thing I want to make sure of a little bit of is these inspection reports and these things that were fixed, they don't change your opinion about the overall safety level of the buildings or the units or anything else. Even though a number of these issues were addressed, or at least there's probable cause that they were addressed.
But yeah, I see evidence of a lot of routine maintenance related repairs that have been performed. None contribute to the unsafe concerns that are present with the structural members and electrical.
And in terms of evaluating the structural nature of it, you mentioned the elevation survey. And you would agree that that is a way to evaluate and determine the structural condition and whether there's foundation issues or sag issues in the floors that need to be further remediated.
I would state that I believe that is one method, but I'm not a structural engineer. Without a doubt, even a layperson would know that there's many methods to confirm structural integrity of a building. And I believe that is one of many.
Okay.
And not all encompassing either, but I think that it is a useful tool to determine.
Okay.
And I'm just going to ask this of the council. Is it okay if I know Mr. Childers is on via phone, just to give him a cue as to when to talk? Is that a permitted? Okay. Mr. Childers, are you there?
I am. I'm still here.
Hey, Tony.
Mr. Childress, would you mind just introducing yourself to the board and giving a high level background on some of your education and qualifications, please?
Well, my name is Tony Childress. I'm a professional engineer. I'm also what's called a licensed structural engineer. I carry an SC license above and beyond what's a professional engineer license. All that says is I've been certified by many states, specifically Texas, as a licensed structural engineer. Yeah, although I do a lot of structural work from high rise to low rise, I'm the chair of a division that does foundation evaluations. I'm on the board and technical advisory board. So my expertise is really dealing with structures and why they move and how to deal with them. So that's the small version of who I am.
Thank you. And did the board have any trouble understanding that at all, or? I'm sorry?
It's incredibly hard to understand him.
Okay. Hey, Mr. Childers, if you, I think maybe it would help, maybe slow down just a little bit, given the audio feed on this end via the phone, if for the remaining portion of this, if you don't mind. But
No, and I'll try to move to a more quiet area as well.
thank you. I appreciate you making yourself available. Mr. Childress, I want to start with the building 929, which was the burned building and had the exposed sort of members that I think we've seen pictures of here, and I understand you inspected last week. Now, there are repairs, aren't there, that need to be made to that burned building?
Yeah, and Kartik, I want to start off with, I have the utmost respect for Mr. Watley and the team. They're doing what they think is absolutely necessary. They're no doubt experts in what they do, and I don't have any refute to their observations. You know, my observations are different because I'm a structural engineer. I'm not a firefighter. I'm not what they are. So, but yes, this is a building built in 1968. This is not a brand new building. There are issues, and I'm not going to deny there are issues. There are issues that absolutely need to be fixed. There are issues from original construction that have lasted 40, 50 years that probably shouldn't have, but they still need to be addressed. So, yeah, the issues that we found, both structural, when I say structural, I'm talking life safety, whether it's the floor system or brick falling or electrical. Those are life safety issues. There's maintenance issues, which is foundation movement, cracking, things that cost the owner money to maintain. But yeah, there are things that absolutely need to be fixed.
And what are some of the things that need to be fixed based on your observation in the burned building, which is 929?
Well, first of all, there are floor joists. Floor joists are solid 2x members. They're conventional lumber. Conventional lumber is lumber you'd buy at Home Depot or Lowe's, but this lumber is not new. This lumber is many years old, and that's what supports not only the second floor, it supports the roof. And those members have aged, and as they age, they dry. They become very hardened. They get stronger as they get older. They also become very brittle. That's why when they break, they crack as badly as they crack. So when they crack, they got to be reinforced. They got to be reinforced to carry the load they're originally intended to build. So on the second floor and the roof, enough investigation is necessary to determine where those areas exist to do the repair. The electrical portions have to do with not whether it meets existing code, but whether it's a life safety issue and what it takes to bring it to a safe issue. Whether it's the existing building code or the new building code, the difference is about whether it's unsafe to the existing building code. And there are conditions with exposed wires, not enough insulation, that need to be addressed. So there are electrical issues and structural issues to be addressed.
Now, Mr. Childress, for the remaining buildings, which are at this property, does anybody know, as we sit here today, whether or not there are issues with floor joists and the structural?
Well, Kartik, I want to be very careful here. For a structural engineer to say a building built in 1968 that there's no issues would be absurd. There's going to be issues in any building built in 1968. The quantity of conditions and the extent of conditions are unknown. So that's why a proper analysis is required to investigate those conditions and to be able to create a punch list of items to be fixed.
Okay, and I think one of those things as by way of inspection was the relative elevation survey that we've talked about a little bit here today. Can you provide some just a high level description of what a relative elevation survey is, sort of the mechanics of the survey and inspection itself, and what it will show or not show based on the results of the survey?
And Kartik, to be clear here, my job is not to protect the owner or the city, it's to protect the people. So our process is to do an elevation survey to find where we see enough movement that is not what is expected, both in the foundation, in the second floor, and in the roof. So we do what's called a relative elevation survey. It's used using a device called a Technodia zip level. We're checking for movement. Everything's going to have some movement, but we should be able to map it and see where we see movement that's above and beyond what is normal. When we see movement that's above and beyond what is normal, holes will be cut in the ceiling or the floor to look at the structural members to see if they're intact, see if they're cracked, failing. And this is where the 10% comes into. ASTM, which is American Standard of Testing Materials, gives published requirements for investigating structures. That says you should start off with 10%. You do a random sampling, random, of 10%. And once you get that data in, if that 10% shows there's no evidence of future problems, you have a high confidence that there's not a problem. If that 10% shows there are problems, you do another 10%. So the whole thing is you don't demolish the entire structure. You start off with doing a certain percentage of investigation. And such as the electrical boxes. Yeah, if they're all that way, they all need to be fixed. But you don't know that until you start cutting holes and inspecting random sampling. So you start off with number one, elevation surveys. Number two, doing inspections of areas that look stable and cutting holes and looking and improving it stable. Areas that look like there may be issues and cutting holes and proving there may be issues, but also do the same thing with electrical. Does that make sense?
It does. And as far as a repair protocol for any issues that are found, is the only way to create a comprehensive repair protocol or determination just at base of what needs to be repaired and what doesn't need to be repaired, the investigation or inspection that you're suggesting here to go do the random sampling and the further exploratory holes if the readings suggest that it's necessary?
Well, this is necessary, Kartik, period. It doesn't matter what expert you hire, what consultant you hire. You know, we know there's issues. We've seen the issues. Again, I completely agree with Chief Watley. There are issues there. What we have to quantify is the location and the extent of those damages. This is not a brand new building. And the only way you do that is through proper investigation.
Gotcha. Thank you. And just, Mr. Childers, had you had an opportunity prior to today to review the staff's PowerPoint presentation that we saw here just earlier?
I saw the staff PowerPoint presentation. The city was kind enough to send me the reports from Veritas, which had detailed reports of observations and findings and a list of issues. So we reviewed all those stuff as well as did our own partial inspection.
Okay. And I want to just touch on some of the more important issues that were highlighted by Chief Watley and presented by staff in its presentation, and just want to understand quickly what your opinion or feedback on those issues are. So the first is the foundation failure and the note that there's a foundation failure or structural issue with the foundation.
Well, council members, I don't want to come across egotistical. I am the chair of what's called the Post-Tension Institute for Slab-on-Ground Foundations. I'm on the board. I've written many publications, and there's publications out there. One's called American Society of Civil Engineers Texas Association that talks about evaluation and performance of foundations on the ground. These foundations move. They're going to move. You can't stop it from moving. As they move, they cause cracks and distress. Bad drainage and other things can make things worse. They're not structural until they exceed a series of criteria. One is how much they've moved And two is how much the brick wall starts to lean. If the brick wall leans too much, then there becomes a concern. But there's an analysis that has to be due and then once that becomes a concern, there are ways to address it. So there are publications, not my publications, not my opinions, that we as engineers have to follow to address both foundation movement, to determine when it becomes what's called seasonal movement, to what becomes structural movement, as well as brick. And that's a critical issue with the elevation survey that we need to do.
And so based on your observations and your expertise, or the foundations that are at the property in its current condition, is that an issue of remediation and repair or an issue of proper maintenance and upkeep moving forward?
Well, Kartik, we have not looked at every single building. Our preliminary review is what we're seeing is foundation movement due to, age, due to drainage and brick distress. We haven't seen anything that is a structural concern, but we have not done a full analysis. So I just want to make that real clear. I've not seen everything, but if there is something, there's two things. One, first is, can we stop it from moving or can we limit the movement? And two, if there's brick issues, how do we remediate the brick issues? So this is a remediation. The only way we come to a structural repair to a foundation is if it exceeds the guidelines set by both the American Society of Civil Engineers or other publications that deal with foundation movement.
And what we are proposing to do here moving forward would include the survey and the inspection to make that determination once your office and your staff has the opportunity to conduct it property-wide, right?
Both on the foundation, the walls, and the second floor and roof.
Okay. And on the brick facade, did you have an opportunity to review the comments and hear the testimony regarding the fear of the brick facade falling off and potentially injuring people beneath?
Yes, sir.
And what is your comment with respect to the brick facade?
Well, again, I have not done a building by building assessment. We looked at cracks to the various buildings we looked at, and they're very common to most buildings that experience foundation movement. They're still stair-step cracks that are associated with, foundation movement. Even though we say that brick is not a structural element, it is a facade. But if the facade falls, it could hurt people. There are published guidelines of how much movement the wall can experience before it becomes a structural issue. That's a lot of movement. I've not seen that, but again, I've not seen every building. So that's what we propose, is to inspect over time the most critical buildings first and to continue to inspect all the buildings. But the buildings we inspect at the moment, we see what's called foundation movement and brick cracks, not structural issues.
Thank you. And what about the issue of termites and termite damage?
Well, that's a needle in the haystack, right? Termites will find a way in to every structure. We saw termites do devastating damage to a member, but the member next to it was undamaged. But you can go 2 or 3 floor joists over, there's some damage. That where it comes into the inspection. You have to determine, again, this buildings was built in 1968. To say there was never termite damage since 1968 would be foolish. Was there enough damage to cause a structural issue? That all needs to be investigated. So currently there doesn't appear to be termite infestation. I think another test would be good to quantify that. But again, the elevation survey says if it's not moving now, we should do some core cuts to make sure, but we don't tear the whole building down to go find it. We have to look for distress.
And as it pertains to either both the brick repair, if needed, if it's determined that the brick facade needs to be repaired, what is the mechanism or manner in which the repair would take place?
Oh, there's all kinds of things. Let's just say that they didn't install enough brick ties, and brick ties are things that ties the brick to the sheathing of the building. There's a device called a post-installed brick tie, which you can screw through the mortar. Let's say that the brick ties have deteriorated over time, same thing. So really it depends on, if the foundation has moved, and the movement is so much that the brick becomes an issue, you do a repair to the foundation. You actually put piers underneath the foundation and pick it back up, because that'll be cheaper than any other remedy.
And that's something that can be determined once the elevation surveys are complete.
Look, again, with all respect to everyone, there's not been enough investigation by anyone to validate the full extent. It needs to happen no matter what.
Of course, and I think, and that's certainly what we're, proposing. And when it comes down to the further testing to really understand the extent and scope of things, how would the floor joists be specifically repaired, similar to the ones that we've seen now with the exposed members in the 929 building?
So there's a word in our industry called sistered. Sistered is when you replace the member with another new member exactly with the same strength that was originally intended. So you don't take out the old member. When you take out the old member, you're going to take out screws or nails that are already attached. So what you do is you jack it up back in place. We use what's called jack posts. You put a new member in there. You screw it to the existing member just to hold it together. And that member is now replacing or sistering the old member. That's how you reinforce a broken or a rotted or a termite infested. And again, there are conditions where there were plumbing that looked like they were leaking over time. Same thing, whether it's plumbing rot, termite damage, or just age damage, it's all the same fix.
And so to the extent there's floor joists that are found that need to be repaired, it is capable of being repaired, not necessarily the need is not to demolish and rebuild, but it is capable of being repaired.
Right. So what we're not concerned about the building collapsing. We're worried about localized areas of the floor not performing. So, it is still a structural issue. So don't let me minimize it. But it's not the building will collapse, it's that localized area of the floors will possibly not support the load it's supposed to. So yeah, you got to fix those areas and roof.
Right. And those are the things that are part of the proposal for your firm to come out and do the inspection to figure out, identify what needs to be addressed and then a repair to address those issues.
And as Chief Watley properly addressed, we are code experts. So we are going to address electrical. We are not electrical engineers. We will bring in an electrical expert, people we've used for over 20 years, to address the electrical issues dealing with life safety.
Thank you. And now, so the approximate timeline for an elevation survey, for a sampling of, let's say 30 units, 6 units in the 5 buildings each as an initial set, what is the general timeline to have the readings done, let's say with a 2-person crew, receive the readings and then make a determination as to whether exploratory holes need to be drilled to determine if there are structural members that are in need of repair, or whether this is a product of the foundation heaving at the bottom of the buildings?
Well, Kartik, this is all encompassing. When you do the elevation survey, the elevation starts from the foundation, goes to the second floor, goes to the roof. So we're looking at multiple things at one time to look at one building. And, it's probably going to take 2 men a couple of days to look at one building. Then we have to look at that data and determine what further investigation is necessary as far as, ceilings cut open, floors cut open, further analysis. So we recommended that, 30 units be looked at one time, not one building, but a series of buildings, randomly chosen by whomever, and we do 30 units. That way we get a true random sampling. We don't choose the worst case or the best case. Once we get those results, then we do the second round, which is doing some exploratory holes and investigation. Once we know those first 30 units, then we can budget properly for the next 30 units. But until the first 30 units are done, we can't budget the rest.
And so for the first 30 units, what would you say is an approximate timeline to go through the sequence of the methodology you just described?
I think it would take a week to do the evaluation data and a week to obtain the data, a week to analyze the data, and then come up with a preliminary recommendation for the next steps.
Okay, thank you. Now, based on your initial observation, what is your opinion on whether what you've seen is structurally sound? Is there any imminent danger that you saw with respect to a structural failure of the buildings?
Kartik, you asked that dangerous question. The buildings are not going to collapse. What you can have is someone buys a brand new piano, sets it on the second floor, and that leg will puncture through the floor. It won't collapse, but it's going to have a problem. So there are issues. There are code relation issues going all the way back. This is the building code. It's not life safety, but it's not going to function as it's intended. Again, the floor will not collapse as an entire floor. The walls, the ceiling, the roof, but it doesn't mean you're not going to have problems. So a structural issue, yes. A life safety issue, no, based upon what we know at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Childress. And of course, I welcome the board to ask any questions of Mr. Childress now or at any time.
Your microphone. Man.
Would you please repeat the weeks that you were talking about, how long this would take?
Yes, ma'am. Again, my opinion is to look at a sampling of 30 units. I think it would take a week to do the elevation surveys, the photographic documentation, the visual observations, including an electrical engineer. It would take a week to absorb that information, look at it, and to come up with the second round, which is these areas appear to be okay. These areas appear to have concern. What we'd recommend is opening a few holes in the area that appear to be okay to prove they're okay, and opening up areas that appear to be bad and to see that there actually are issues. So I think it would take 2 weeks for us to come up with that first round of recommendations. Once that is done, the next 30 units can be done faster.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions, Mr. Childress. One, I know you've mentioned you're not an electrical engineer, but you did cite some of the electrical issues. So I'm just going to ask you for your opinion on this. There was some conversation regarding the mixture of copper wire and aluminum wire. If that combination did take place and it was not to code, would you consider that under the definition of faulty electrical wiring?
Well, again, that's a really broad question. So number one, I am a licensed professional, licensed structural engineer. I own a company called the Childress Companies, which includes general contractors, expert witnesses, code people, Ray Kirby, who is one of the most well-known code officials around. So we are very knowledgeable when it comes to electrical code. I don't know if y'all received my report, but included in that report is excerpts from the International Building Code, the International Existing Building Code, that says when dealing with existing wiring, you're allowed to deal with it as is, but if you touch it, modify it, what's modified has to go to current code. But there's still transitions that have to occur from the old wire to the new wire. Those are my expertise. How to do that would be an electrical engineer, not me.
Sure.
So I have no doubt that over the years, people did things that were right or wrong. Those need to be addressed. Aluminum wiring is no longer used, but it was used for many years. If it's still in place, there's nothing wrong with it. But if you have to modify it, it has to get modified to copper. And there are proper transitions from aluminum to copper. The most critical is the exposed wiring, which is there, junction boxes that are exposed. You know, all those are in my wheelhouse. But dealing with exact electrical issues, I'd be more comfortable bringing in RTM, which is the nationwide licensed electrical engineers, to address them in detail.
Sure. So, but you would agree with me that a connection that was not to code would fall underneath the definition of faulty electrical wire?
Okay, I'll be real specific. If wiring met what's called the international existing building code, if it met the existing building code at the time it was wired, it's not faulty. If it doesn't meet current building code, it's not faulty. If it did not meet the original building code, it's faulty and needs to be fixed, period. That's one definition. And the code, this isn't my opinion, the code states this very clearly. If it doesn't meet the existing building code at the time, it's faulty. Now, if it meets the existing building code at the time, but we as professionals feel it's still a concern, it has to be addressed. The state puts that responsibility on us. Even if the code was wrong back then, we have to address it. We can't say the code was wrong back then. So it's not as easy as it sounds.
Yeah.
So number one is,
and so I'm clear, I'm talking about where any connections or transitions would occur. I'm not questioning whether aluminum wiring is faulty or copper wiring. I'm talking specifically about the transition from aluminum to copper. If that transition was not done in compliance with the code or the International Electric Code, that would fall under a definition of being a faulty wiring.
correct, that would be part of our punch list. So my report addresses immediate concerns for life safety, both structural and electrical. It includes issues such as things that should be addressed over time. And it includes what we call maintenance. That look, these are going to cause you a problem. They're not structural, but if you don't fix them, you're going to spend money always patching cracks.
Sure. One other question I've got for you is typically when we, in your experience, when we're talking about items, because there's a lot of discussion. I mean, these buildings were built in 1968. There's been a lot of changes, both in the buildings as well as in the codes over the years. So there's been a lot of talk tonight about items that may be grandfathered in versus items that need to be brought up to current code. Would you agree with me that those items would be identified and that process would be identified through a city permitting process? So if
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. So just to be clear, my job is to follow the code. And the code says there is the international existing building code, and I have to follow that. If it doesn't fall within the existing building code, I have to go to the current building code. So if I've got to put something brand new, it has to be it has to be new code. If I'm trying to reinforce something like a 2x10 floor joist, I do not have to meet current code. I have to reinforce it to make it meet the existing code that was required at the time. Again, there's one trick, sir. If I feel as a licensed professional expert that it is a life safety issue, it doesn't matter. It's gotta be right.
Then,
Does that make sense?
yes, sir. No, I appreciate that answer. Thank you. One last question for you. You mentioned based on your review, and you've reviewed all of these inspection reports that were provided from Bureau Veritas. You saw the presentation tonight. Your testimony is that these buildings in no way, shape, or form offer any threat to life or safety to the tenants that are there now. Is that understanding you correctly there?
Okay, I have to say this correctly. The inspections were not done on 100% of every facility. Childress's inspections wasn't done on 100% of the facilities. Based upon the observations performed by Veritas and by Childress, I found issues that I'm begging need to be addressed. I found nothing that is a structural life safety collapse. There are electrical wires that are exposed. And I said during my next inspection, I want to bring an electrical engineer and I want those capped off. I want them secured. I don't want my people getting electrocuted. So there are issues that got to be addressed immediately. But I have not found something throughout the complex yet that is a global catastrophic issue. So again, I want to be really straight. There are signs that energy needs to be spent on these buildings. I've not found something that tells me to run and hide. but there are issues.
Okay, and I'm sorry, one more question. Mr. Childress, you're a very renowned engineer. You're well known. You've done a phenomenal job. You're certainly an expert in your field. In your experience working on facilities such as this, I'd be curious about your opinion related to, and I know it's a loaded question and it's going to be a tough one to answer. And you're probably not going to give me a number, but I'd be curious to your opinion as to prospective cost that you might think something along the lines of repair for this would be, as well as a full timeline for complete evaluation and repair. I mean, are we looking at a 6-month project? Are we looking at a 9-month project, a year? Just anything that you can give for guidance and vision for this board.
If you'll allow me to answer that in 3 parts. The first part is the fire damage units. That's very easy. You can see everything. You can see the exposed wiring. You can see the damaged joists. You can see everything. That is actually very easy because there's no sheetrock to remove. That is a low cost item. I already gave the people that structurally, this is a $5,000 item or less to address the wood framing structural issues because the sheetrock is gone. It's all right there. Electrical, I can't tell you yet. The electrical issues we have to investigate. Now, when you go beyond that, there's really 2 magic buttons. The repair structurally is not a major issue, but you have to remove the sheetrock. To remove the sheetrock costs money, but we all need to talk about this now. This was built in 1968. Is there asbestos in the sheetrock? We don't know. So the first thing is to do an asbestos test. If there's no asbestos in that sheetrock, it's simple. Tenants don't have to move out. You cut open the sheetrock, you replace the structural members and you reinforce it. You put the sheetrock back. It's no big deal. If there's asbestos, it's more expensive. I don't have my guns loaded, sir. I don't know yet. It's not my choice. It's a federal rule that in the age of this building, we have to have an asbestos test done to see what could be hot, what may not be hot. And it's a 50-50 gamble. Half the time we find it to be not hot, half the time we do. So I am afraid to give you long-term, but as far as the existing building, it's easy. It's not a lot of money. It's all exposed. The other buildings, it all depends on asbestos and what we find. Is that a fair enough answer? I do think all that's going to be resolved within 3 months. I think you'll have enough information, not within 30 units, but within all the units within 3 months.
To include any structural issues.
I think within 3 months, we would do the first 30 units, the next 30 units. We can start giving a guideline. The first thing we would do is an asbestos test between floors and ceilings and walls. You can't control this. You as a city have no control. It's a federal guideline that we have to test for asbestos protection. So that's got to get done. That's going to control everything else. But I think within 30, 60 days, we'll have enough investigation done to give you costs, schedules of what would be anticipated for all 120 units.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm clear. So you're talking, it may take 3 months to conduct an evaluation to get a full plan in place to cost?
No, I think it's going to take us 30 days to do the first 30 units, 2 weeks plus drawings to get the first 30 units. So what you do is you start the first 30 units, you start doing remediation repair on the first 30 units or whatever we find. Then I need to start going through and finding the rest of the units based upon the result units. So let's give a worst case scenario. The first 30 units, we find every single unit has some issue, needs to be fixed. Well, that means that the next 30 units will have some type of issue, whether electrical or termite damage needs to be fixed. That's going to be one budget, one price. Let's say we do the first 30 units and only 10% or 10 of the 30 need significant repair. That'll help us estimate what the next 90 units will take. So I need the first 30 units investigation to estimate what the other 90 units would take. Does that make more sense?
Yes, sir. That makes sense. Thank you.
And I know you guys need answers, but we don't have the answers. We have to do the investigation.
I have a question that anyone can answer. Due to the age of the apartments and with possible complaints from the residents, would it be beneficial for you to go to each apartment to see what is needed? Because in some of the pictures that we received tonight, some of them had like new carpet, new painting and things like that.
So ma'am, our recommendation to the client is that we go to 30 units. We do not only an elevation survey of the floors, the walls, the ceilings. We're going to be doing photographic distress documentation of everything. You know, we've seen issues with the roof. There's cracking in the roof membrane, which has to do with age. What we got to know is, has that caused a problem with the roof structure? So our intention is to look at everything from the walls, the ceiling, the roof, the attic, you know, and that can only be done through the elevation survey, the visual observation, the core cuts, things of that nature. So yes, you know, whether there's roof leaks or not roof leaks, I don't care. It'll show itself up. If there's roof leaks, we will find them. I don't care what moisture meters say. It'll show up in the investigation.
And Councilwoman, if I may just add to that, to the extent, as I understood your question, it was relating to the complaints from tenants and some of the issues and conditions within the units. Is that where your question was directed?
That is correct. And also, like I mentioned, we received some pictures tonight where they replaced carpet and painted the walls and, I mean, just renovated the apartment.
Right. So the general practice of the property management and the property ownership is that when a tenant vacates a unit and it is going to be leased to another new tenant, certain things and checklists and measures are taking before that unit is released. And so, for instance, that would include replacing the carpet. When a new tenant or a new tenant is coming into a unit, before it is leased and after the old tenant leaves, wood flooring has been placed, or faux wood flooring, which is in some of the pictures you saw. Any self-leveling concrete to level out the floor, then the flooring goes on top. So it has new floors, the cabinets, the bathrooms. Those things are addressed, remediated, and upgraded prior to a new tenant taking possession of a unit. So many of the things that we saw in the photographs, I believe in the city's PowerPoint presentation, the only occupied unit was the one that had the picture in the back. The remaining units were vacant units, which means someone had moved out. That's the condition they left it in after living there for a year, 2 years, we're not sure. But prior to leasing it to a tenant, all of the fixtures are checked, the hot water levels are checked, the smoke detectors are installed along with the batteries, the doors and windows are checked for security as well as ingress and egress. Any replacement of tubs, resurfacing of tubs, countertops, the cabinets, and the floors are all addressed prior to a new tenant taking possession. Of course, this includes the normal routine work order process that is in place at the property, which allows any tenant to make a repair or maintenance request to property management so it can be identified and then addressed.
Have any other questions? You guys have anything else?
Just one brief kind of final statement.
And I have one too. Yeah, I'm waiting my turn. I do.
What's going with your question?
My question is, are we going to allow our citizens, our residents this evening to step up and address the council? Because this is the third meeting that they've been to, and they've sat out there very patiently and listened to every single word. And I believe that they have a right to step forward and make their comments this evening before this meeting is done.
They will get to speak tonight.
Okay, just making sure.
You wouldn't let me make this statement?
Oh, what, I think he had a comment.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, just a brief comment to sort of tie up what Mr. Childress has presented and what we've presented thus far. A lot of this was going to come from Mr. Moskowitz, but in the interest of time, I'll summarize. We're both here for any questions to follow up. As Mr. Childress noted, this is a property that has been in existence for 56 years. We are now the sixth owner of the property. I believe Corporal Dabbs, that was the chain of title. Over the last 56 years, we're the, I believe, fifth owner. Now, through that time period, there have been repairs, corrections, upgrades, remediations made, many of which we just don't know about. We are not the ownership that did any of the conduit between the repairs that connect the aluminum wiring to the copper wiring. That was not the work that this current ownership group did since taking possession of the property in 2017. What we've heard today is certainly visual observations which, as Mr. Childress explained, and as we've kind of conceded here, and Chief Watley has observed, issues that require further inquiry. We've seen a sampling of 6 units per building and a burn building that, despite the structural members that were noticed and which we've all agreed need to be repaired, is a building that is still intact, is a building that is continuing to stand, and is a building that stood through both the fire and the destructive testing that came after it. That doesn't mean that there are issues that need to be repaired. We think, certainly, based on the visual observations of some of the things discussed here today, there's no question that the inquiry is fair, but that the assumption that this is a property-wide issue and is universe through every building is a little bit reckless. There are, as you mentioned, 55 children in the city of Everman School District that are attending school there. If you go to the property either before or after school, you'll see many of them playing in the central playground that is located at the property. This is the home to about 100 different families. And make no mistake whatsoever, ownership, anybody associated with ownership, Mr. Childress, the attorneys, there's a sense of morality. Nobody wants to create or allow a dangerous condition to exist. We understand that there are concerns and issues based on some of the observations. But we also know that none of those concerns have manifested in the 56 years that this building has been in existence, this property. The brick facade has not fallen off. People have not fallen through the second floor apartment units. But we need to figure out what is going on. Nobody is sitting on this side of the table and telling this board that the property is perfect in its current condition. No, it's 56 years old. What we are proposing to the board is a timeline and a time period as outlined by Mr. Childress to properly make an educated decision on what needs to be repaired, where it needs to be repaired, and how it needs to be repaired, to make sure this property is here for another 56 years and continues to be a part of the Everman community. We are not suggesting that the ownership should be given a pass to stand by. This is the property we purchased, this is the property we own, and this is the property we lease to 100 families currently here in the city. Our proposal and plan is to have Mr. Childress go and take 30 units at a time with the timeline he suggested. And we would like to report back to the board on a monthly basis the status of what was discovered, the plan to remediate what was found, as well as the steps that will be in progress as we work through the entire property. And please understand that the reason we are proposing this comprehensive scope, which is not cheap and ownership has agreed to pay for, is to ensure that what we are finding, we are going to go out and discover exactly what issues exist and what needs to be fixed. Because as we sit here today, everything that this board has heard is assumptions based on what the observations have been. And that warrants further investigation. It warrants a 6-figure tab of investigation and inspection over the course of the next 3 months, which the ownership is going to see through. But what we don't believe is right, and we don't believe is the just result here, is displacing 100 families to go see if something is a problem and go see if a structural issue exists and manifest that is not manifested to date. Ultimately, Mr. Childress's inspection could come back and say the first 30 units, every single one of them needs a floor joist reinforced, or it could say that none of them do, and this is part of foundation movement. I can't tell you which one it is. I can't tell you where in between the true answer lies. But what I can tell you is that ownership is committed As you can see through the steps and some of the photographs to remediate what, Mr. Spencer referred to as the low hanging fruit, although I understand not in a derogatory way, I think it's somewhat appropriate in this context, is that we have taken those steps. In fact, we spent $600,000 over the last 18 months, aside from repair and maintenance, constructing improvements to the property, reassuring the property, landscaping for the property, safety for the tenants. And in fact, in that same time period, the taxable value of the improvements of that property have gone up $3 million, not the land, just the improvements. $3 million. And that's the improvements that this ownership group has put into the property. They have committed their funds to improve the property since acquiring it in 2017. They have put in funds since being provided notice from the city of the substandard condition. And they're committing to providing funds through the course of Mr. Childress's proposed timeline to ensure that this building will be structurally sound as it is today, moving forward into the future. And that will come with understanding where the issues exist, what is causing them, and how best to address them. And that's all for our presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions?
I do have a few.
Okay.
Sorry. First, I'd like to ask our city engineer, after hearing the testimony by Mr. Childress and hearing these, I'm curious about city engineer's opinion related to the determination on it being a dangerous structure, or whether or not these pose a safety to life and health. If you can weigh in on that, and I'll need you on the microphone too. Sorry.
As far as a danger, I'll agree with Mr. Childress on that. I am curious though on a couple things, if I can ask a couple questions. There was a timeline of 2 weeks for 30 units. Does that include the electrical inspection as well? Is that all inclusive, or is that just for the relative elevation survey?
No, that would include while we're doing the elevation survey, we'd have the electrical engineer there as well. So 1 week to do the inspection, 1 week to document our findings, both electrical and structural.
Okay. Because we had mentioned that it's a structural and electrical issue. That's what I was curious about. But I would agree with those comments. If we can hold to that timeline, I'm in agreement.
Well, and to be more specific, we want the electrical engineer first. In the fire damaged unit, there are exposed wires. I will not put my people in there that could walk up against wires without knowing they're hot. The breakers have been turned off. That doesn't mean every wire's off. So I want the electrical engineer to go through first and to make sure that there's no imminent danger to my own people. So it's a twofold. One, make sure that the breakers are off, there's no hot wires. And then two, to do his own investigation into the condition of the wiring.
Okay, that prompts me to I have to ask, if it's not safe for your staff to walk through and inspect, how can we make a determination that it is safe for the occupants inside to use? I think that's where I'm having a difference of opinion.
The difference is sheetrock has been removed that has exposed wires. Outlets have been removed. Light fixtures have been removed. So in the fire damaged units, those units have been removed and those wires are exposed. I can only assume that the power was turned off when all those light fixtures were removed. So in the fire damaged units, the light fixtures aren't in place anymore. There's just exposed wires. We can assume those wires are dead. I'm not going to assume that. I want them tested. I want them to confirm that we're not going to walk up to any condition that's different than unseen. So again, I completely agree with you, but there's two different approaches. One is what has been demoed, exposed, which has exposed these given conditions. And there's wires that are exposed because the fixtures are gone.
Okay, maybe I misheard you on the phone, but I was trying to understand. So you're referencing, when you're talking about the safety of your people, you're talking about in the apartments that have been demoed, with the exposed wiring, not the occupied finished apartments, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay,
I'm talking about.
I feel better about
building-
that comment now.
Yeah. Now, I'm not telling you we're not going to find other issues, but you don't know that. It's all hidden. It's assumed. It has to be investigated. I'm talking about, I asked if the breakers were off in those units. They said they were. I said, have we confirmed that there's no power to any of these outlets or any of these exposed wires? It wasn't known. So the first thing we'll do is have the electrical guy go through and do a very simple test. If they're dead, they're dead. That means the breakers are working properly. We don't have backfeed. We don't have, in the olden days, you had two wires. It created an inflow and an outflow, but there was a common wire that could still give you backfeed. We just want to make sure there's no power going into it, period.
Yeah, so all that's to say, I absolutely agree that additional testing is required. I have not inspected. I base it off of the reports here that they've prepared. So I agree that additional inspection is necessary, but based on what they've reported, I would say.
Okay. And Mr. Singapore, I do have a couple questions for ownership, but you may want to answer on behalf of ownership.
Sure.
So a couple things you talked about that I think is important to this board. We've talked a little bit during our staff meetings about this, and I think it's important to highlight here is the financial feasibility. You just talked about the investment that the ownership is making. A couple of questions I have is that as of today, we do still show some pending citations, and a search back of what we discussed earlier related to the liens do still show those to be outstanding. I think it would probably go a long way from ownership to be able to financially take care of those delinquencies and prove that to the city, considering we have still outstanding certificate of occupancy fees that are owed to the city and citations that are owed to the city. And so I don't know if you can comment to that, if there's any intention from the ownership to satisfy those.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know we've kind of discussed this off the formal meeting, of course, but we were having difficulty figuring out where these liens were coming from. Look, if there's liens against a property, there's citations that are owed, the ownership will pay for it. They will handle it. We just don't know what they are or where these citations or liens are coming from. And I know with respect to the CO fees and the CO issue generally, I believe when we had a meeting with city staff a few weeks ago, it was somewhat determined that, when we figured out there was a CO requirement, we had reached out and there was a breakdown somewhere between the connection of city staff and that department and us as to how to pay the fees or where to pay the fees. We've called in for the inspections for the COs. We're happy to comply with that on a continuing ongoing basis. Of course, it seems to be a matter of miscommunication, but undoubtedly, if there are citations and fees owed for that, it's something that we will address. Certainly.
Y'all represent other properties here in Texas?
I do.
Okay, so you would know about certificate of occupancies.
I'll be honest, I've never seen a municipality that has a per residential unit certificate of occupancy requirement.
Really?
Yeah.
In Sherman, Texas, they don't require it. They are starting, I think this year they're gonna start requiring it, but until now, there's no requirement.
Most municipalities.
Yeah.
For purposes of a license and then a CO for the property wide CO, not individual unit based COs. I'll be honest, I've never seen that.
Okay, well, one more question. So we have also looked, and to date, we still have not received any permits. And I think that was highlighted earlier. And so I just want to ask, would you agree? We've done a lot of back and forth regarding what's grandfathered, what's not, what's up to code, what's not up to code. I just would like to say, hey, we can agree that yes, there's probably a mixture of both throughout these properties on several different fronts, stairwells, electrical, all the different things we've talked about. But those would likely be identified through the permitting process on what would be grandfathered or not once it's reviewed and before that permit was issued. But to date, we still, even with all the electrical work that's been cited, all the stuff that's been going on, we still haven't received any permits. So I think what would go a long way for the board also from ownership is a commitment to pursue permits properly on any repairs that are ongoing at the complex.
Absolutely. And I can tell you that one permit that's going to be pulled is when the burn units are rebuilt. That is going to be a rebuild and a rewire, right? That is not a repair to the existing system. Those units need to be rebuilt. They've been gutted post fire and post investigation. And so those are one of the instances where you're going to see a permit obviously being pulled and new electrical put into those units that are being rebuilt. Certainly, and without a doubt, any work that is permitted, that is required to be permitted prior to being performed, there's a commitment to come seek that permit.
I would like to speak to what he just cited. Approximately 2 months ago, we did receive a John Ford application for reconstruction of the 6 apartments. The estimated valuation of that from Junior's contracting was, I believe, $133,000 for rebuild. And that was following both engineers' inspections and required remediations of electrical issues and et cetera. The scope of work that was presented from the contractor within that initial application registration only included replacement of some and please mind you, I had to put it, it was in Spanish, so I had to put it in Google Translates, but it was only for studs, insulation, and drywall and paint. It was only for.
Okay, so let me just ask, was a permit ultimately issued or denied?
No, it was denied due to the current process going.
Okay, so, but we have commitment from ownership now to pursue permits going forward. To make sure, and I think if we followed the proper permitting process, that would negate so much of the small discussion related to what's grandfathered, what's not grandfathered, what's code compliant, what's not code compliant, as far as any repairs that may take place.
Yeah, and Mr.
again,
sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I think what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get us out of the weeds and back to the scope of what I think is important for the board. And that is the life safety concerns, the determination made by the building official, and trying to get away from these small, again, low hanging fruit that wouldn't require any sort of board intervention, and try to keep us on point of what the major points are.
And that was our concern with that application, is it didn't include anything that related to the electrical, which was a major concern. So,
Right. Mayor, I don't have any other questions, and unless any other board members have any questions.
I just think the ownership should show integrity and to prove to the community that you have integrity.
And we agree, which is, why we're sitting here before the board with a expensive, time-consuming plan to demonstrate that we are operators and owners with integrity and continue to do so.
I was just going to say, if there's no other questions, I'd recommend one more 5-minute recess before we pick back up.
We're going to take a 5-minute recess and we'll finish up. So.
Yes. All right.
Yeah.
I know who you need breakfast.
Hey, y'all.
Thank you.
I'll be sure of that.
It's telling the best. People have
So I'm gonna make a note about our registered agent and reach out to them and make sure that they're gonna.
Okay, so I'm gonna call the meeting back to order. Next item on the agenda is going to be, I will now accept public comments. Public comments shall be limited to 3 minutes. So
Stay right here.
Hold on, just one second. Mindy, do you mind calling whoever the first one is, or did they register? Okay.
I didn't do one out and I have, you know, thinking.
do they?
So we do need them to the mic, so we can at least get them on record.
Okay, yeah, you have to go to the mic and please give your name.
Who can? I'm sorry, one second before you start, please. She's asking, can they ask questions and respond at all to them, or?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. We're still in the public hearing.
Could they tell me right now? Okay, I talked last time we were here. I still live in the apartments. I've had some issues. I've talked with Saul. We needed to see what he was going to tell me, and he wrote down everything I told him that still needed to be done in my apartment. I had a water leak 3 days in a row. They came out, went in the bathroom, said it's fixed, and left. Turned the air conditioning unit back on and starts pouring water out again. I told him about it. The other day, it did it on Sunday afternoon, and I had company over for dinner. Guess what? It poured water all over my bathroom floor. I called maintenance, and they said, you'll have to wait till tomorrow morning. I'm like, that's it, I'm done. They still have not addressed any of the issues that I have in my apartment. None. He wrote down everything I told him. He's going to fix it. I asked him about the deposit that we have on there because I paid $2,800 when I moved in over there a year ago. They're going to keep my $500 deposit. They're going to keep the $500 that we were promised if we got somebody to rent an apartment there on the property. And they paid their first 3 months up front. My daughter sitting right there in that blue Live Easy t-shirt. Her and her partner did that. Go to Elizabeth. Elizabeth was there then. Talk to her about it. She said, oh no, y'all aren't going to get that. Why? You promised us, Elizabeth, I could put it towards my rent. She said, no, they didn't do it right. Okay, I don't know what the heck you call right or wrong, but I know what the good book says, and I know what you're doing to me, and I don't like it. Well, I made that rule, and we're gonna follow it. Okay. I was getting madder by the minute. I just got up and walked out. Then when I sat and talked to him the other day, him and Lisa had come to my apartment. I thought they were coming to talk to my roommate. I was still at work. Either I was still at work or I was still in the hospital. I don't remember which. But they ignored my roommate. They assumed without asking questions, and Lisa knows better because she's been there, that we weren't taking care of our apartment. My kids were. I bust my butt every single day to make a living to support my household. My household consists of me, my roommate, and my 2 great grandbabies because they think they need to live at my apartment at night. One's 3, one's 7, so what can I say? Anyway, I'm done. That'd burn it. Okay, I guess I'm done. Thank you.
And as y'all see, my mom's not shy. My name's Maudie Jones. I live in 928 apartment 22. I have a cleaning service. I deal with commercial and residential, me and my wife. I've talked to Sal, I've extended our help. No matter the outcome of this, I still extend my help. I just don't understand though, when your walls sag and your floors roll, how you got a level foundation. My aunt is 73 years old. My mother's 67 years old, and they have trouble walking across their floors because they roll. And that's been reported since they moved in. There's conditions with the wall separating in the bathrooms. Where the AC units are, that's where she keeps having to leak. I have the same problem upstairs. May I get tired of saying something, I'll either fix it myself or go on about my business. We were there 2 weeks before we ever got the door locks changed. I had to change them. I don't understand the conflict here. Everybody's wanting the same thing, but nobody's wanting to work to get it. They have inspectors. You have inspectors. But nobody's going through all the units to make sure that the foundation's level. There's cracks in the walls. There's holes in the ceilings in some of the apartments that I have friends that live in. What's healthy about that? If there's asbestos, you have people that have breathing issues that live in these apartments. My aunt and mom and me and my 7-year-old grandson being 4 of them. And on top of all that, if all of this was found last year, why was their apartment rented out to them? Why was my apartment rented out to us if there was any question that they may not be safe? If there might be asbestos, it sounds like you're trying to just get the money in there and forget about the people. What's right about that? I mean, come on, can't anybody work together? I have offered my help. It's there. I expect the same in return. And I expect honesty and loyalty and transparency. And that has not been there. And one of the main issues they have is too many managers.
My name is Alexis Franklin. I live at 901 apartment 11. And right behind where they show all that water leakage at, that did not get cleaned up immediately. It was there for almost 2 months afterwards. And yes, it was feces in it. I have black mold in my apartment. I told them about it, and they came and they cut part of it out and they painted over the rest. The air conditioner units, yes, they have mold in them. And even if we do go up there and spray bleach and try to wipe it out, it still just comes right back. We have maggots coming in our window from the feces that was out there. My bathroom, I can only use one of them because of the leaks. I have mold on the floorboards that I have showed them and told them about, and nothing's been done about it.
Guess I turned my down.
Are you able to translate for her? That would be wonderful if you don't mind. Thank you.
¿Cómo se llama? Oh, mi nombre es Celia Sarais. Yo estoy aquí para decir que yo tengo 6 años viviendo en esos apartamentos y nunca he tenido problemas con nada. Mantenimiento, oficina y todos me han ayudado bien. Yo estoy muy conforme ahí.
She is in building 929, apartment 7. She's been there for 6 years and says that she hasn't had major maintenance issues. She said that the office does change management frequently, but we've been there for the past 6 months, 5 months. And she doesn't have an ongoing issue right now.
Oh, yo no entiendo por qué quieren tirar los apartamentos. Si nunca ha pasado nada de eso malo, los desperfectos que se han visto es por las persianas y todo eso que dicen, pero eso no es porque no le den mantenimiento. Todo está bien. No sé, pues, qué es lo que piensen hacer. Yo estoy muy a gusto allí. Vivo a gusto.
She's very comfortable in her home, is what she's saying right now. Well, she doesn't understand. She doesn't, what she sees wrong with with the property is that she walks to the convenience store, she's complaining about maybe blinds broken that are visible from the curb appeal. Other than that, she said, I'm very comfortable in my home. ¿Cómo se llama?
Elvia Salais.
Elvia Salais. And her address is 929 apartment 7.
Mhm. Thank you.
Anybody else have anything they want to say? Okay, so time is 10:17. We're going to go into executive session for legal advice on substandard structure procedure. And we'll reconvene when we get done. Hold on one second. Talking about this.
551.
Yes, so, you need to read this.
Okay. All right.
But
So,
instead of council, say board.
okay. Pursuant to section 551-.071, chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, council reserves the right, the board reserves the right to convene into executive session from time to time as deemed necessary during the meeting to receive advice from its attorney on any post-agenda item as permitted by law. Additionally, the board may convene into executive session to discuss following. What would be? Okay, item A, 551.071, pending or contemplated litigation or to seek advice from the city attorney. So we are going to executive session. Okay, so we're not doing the rebuttals. We've got all that out of the way,
Mhm.
correct?
Right, right. So now you're just down to the deliberation.
Okay. All right, I'll call the meeting back to order. It is 10:37 PM. Now we will start our deliberation.
I do have a few comments for the board to kind of consider as we go through this, as well as ownership, of course, as they're obviously listening to deliberation. Couple different things. First and foremost, I am a little disappointed in the I guess the speedy action from ownership regarding how we've gotten to the, it's been 6 weeks since notice was sent. I do feel like we should expedited this process a little faster. I would have liked to have seen ownership take action a little bit faster than what they are now, With that being said, I'm a little concerned about some of the timelines that were presented going forward, just based off the historical information we've already gotten about how long it's taken us to get kind of to this point. Can you not hear me? I will try. Oftentimes I'm accused of being a loudmouth, so, okay. So I am slightly disappointed and concerned about, ownership being able to reach the timelines that were talked about tonight. Although I think I do support, getting more information. I just have concerns about being able to meet those timelines. That being said, I don't think staff would support any continuances from this point. If any timelines are set by the board tonight. So just keep in mind, whatever timelines the board does choose to set tonight, if there were any requests for continuances, I think we'd have to stay pretty tight with those timelines. And I think that should be the expectation from both the board and ownership. Couple of things that were commented on tonight. We got into some weeds regarding a lot of this, things such as, some light fixtures, a couple of small items, some paint, some rotted wood. I don't think that needs to be the focal point of this board. I don't think that needs to be the focal point, although included within the inspection. We did talk about how this is all encumbersome. I think one thing to point out is that the board should be focused primarily on what the building official has deemed and what our fire marshal and code enforcement officials have deemed as life safety hazards or health hazards. And I don't want to get too far into the weeds, because we could go as far as talking about the grass being too high or a water spigot that's leaking. And I don't want to get that far into the weeds. I don't think that's what this board is for. So I do want to try to keep us on point with life safety issues and concerns. I would like to see ownership, if granted the opportunity, to continue to work with city staff and assuring that permits are issued on all issues related to repairs, particularly those affecting wiring, as we've deliberated a lot tonight about what's considered grandfathered and what's considered current code. The permitting process that the city has would eliminate a lot of that discussion and deliberation, and it wouldn't happen here. We would have officials making those declarations. Lastly, I do feel the need to comment. We had two engineers tonight that commented that essentially that they felt that more information was going to be needed in order to deem this a dangerous structure. As a layperson that's not an engineer, the comment that came from ownership's engineer about how, if somebody, he used an example of a piano. If somebody was to put a piano on the second floor and it was to fall through the floor, yes, it may fall through the floor, but it's not going to collapse the whole building. Therefore, it's not a danger. I have a hard time as a layperson thinking of a piano falling through any floor and that not being dangerous. So I'm teetering, even with the professional opinions on with all the evidence that we've seen, the trusses. I'm having a hard time personally, and I know this isn't my decision, but I'm having a hard time personally not believing that it's not a danger. That being said, I do personally, and I think staff will support this, I do agree that before the board makes a decision, I do think it would be in the best interest of the board to have more information. You can't go wrong by having more information. So I think from the staff's perspective, as you deliberate, I think our recommendation, if it's okay to proceed with the recommendation, attorney, is it okay to proceed with the for me to proceed with give them my recommendation on what to do? Okay. Sure. So I think staff's recommendation on this would be to defer a decision on a ruling for 30 days. As mentioned by the engineer from their firm, that should give them ample opportunity. I believe that he mentioned they could conduct a couple of these tests within 2 weeks. This will give them more than ample opportunity to come back with more data that our building official can review, that our city engineer can review to make a solid decision. I think one of the disappointing things from kind of our side tonight that both ownership has said, and I think we've said on our side, is I sure would have liked to have the building official here tonight who wrote these reports. And I feel that we do need to have him here to hear his testimony. Hearing directly from the building official would have, I think, significantly impacted how this proceeding went. So, and cost. So, yes, so, and cost, and that's one thing I think from ownership, you know, in one of the biggest concerns too is obviously as we look forward, as the board looks forward to making a decision, is going to be feasibility. And cost is just a big factor when we're talking about the extent of repairs. So the more information you can have related to cost, feasibility, and affordability of that, and how that plan would go forward, I think would be helpful. But Chairman, Mayor, that would be our staff recommendation, is a deferral on a decision for 30 days. With during that timeline, staff obviously continuing to work with ownership getting those studies and that data back to us.
Okay, so staff recommendation is a deferral for 30 days. Open up the floor.
I would like to make a couple of comments before we make our recommendations and vote on it. It's been mentioned tonight, the integrity of the people who own these buildings and their relationship with the people who live in it. And to be honest, at least from my perspective, what I've been hearing from these folks and other people that live there that I know, there is no integrity. They report things and some, they're cosmetic, but it's not cosmetic if you live in that apartment. Dripping from the ceiling in the bathroom is terrible. In the pictures, by the way, I want to know who's going to pay for 900 sheets of paper. Y'all. Pictures back here in the back of temperatures being taken in the sinks for the water. Good. The temperatures are 102, 107, 110, 116, 109. Hot water starts at 130 degrees. So these are barely lukewarm. Body temperature is 98.6. How can you wash your clothes? How can you wash your kids, your dishes in 110 degrees? It's barely warmer than the human body. That's one of those integrity things. Also, the air conditioning, every unit that's got people in it has an inside in the window unit. You're not taking care of your people. Integrity goes a long way for these people to keep living with you guys, and they're the livelihood of your apartments. So I think personally, you need to stop fiddling around and pay attention to the people who live there. They need your help. They're paying your bills. They're paying your salaries, and they have integrity themselves by coming to you constantly and putting up with the crap. So stop fiddling around and take care of your people. That was it. Okay.
I agree wholeheartedly. Yeah,
Okay, are we ready?
well, do we have any more deliberation?
That's okay.
See, within 30 days, what the structure, what your engineer, your electrical engineer says about the property. We're giving, you know, opportunity to make sure that that property's sound.
Anything else? I'll entertain a motion.
You want me to read it? Okay. I move that good cause exists to defer a determination in this case for 30 days to allow the owner to complete an elevation summary and electrical study and prepare a comprehensive plan with benchmarks, a timeline, and estimated budget.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? Did you poll the board?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
So now we turn. Okay, so we are adjourning the Building and Standards Commission meeting, and we are reconvening the Everman City Council meeting.
Thank you.
What's that? Yeah, you guys can dismiss.
Thank you. Oh. Oh.
So the full 30 days. Is that? Right, I said we're needs days and 6. How does that?
Well, that would work out to May the 21st would be that council meeting.
It's the first and third Monday, Tuesdays, first and third. Yeah. Please. Yes, have a go home. Thank you. And you guys got to stop saying in the interest of brevity, because it takes you 17 minutes to get to the end of it. Like, since it's an attorney.
Or not.
Thanks. Yeah, be careful. We're gonna do the rest of it.
Let's get this stuff knocked out.
Please. Yes, please.
First time's consent agenda, item A, minutes, March 5th, 2024, regular meeting minutes, March 19th, 2024, joint meeting with Building and Standards Commission and the Everman City Council. I'll entertain a motion.
Move we approve consent agenda as read. A second.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? Poll the council.
Place 1,
Aye.
place 2, place 3, place 4,
Aye.
place 5,
Aye.
place Mayor.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Next item is financials for March 2024. Do I have a motion to accept?
I make the motion to accept financials for March 2024.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion?
Do we need to move that down? Yeah.
Okay, so we'll move the financials down. Citizens' comments, they all left. So item 12.
Steve's there. Is Johnson still there? Steve. Steve.
You want to speak, Steve, or?
Okay.
No offense, please don't tonight. I love you, but not tonight.
Yes. Go back to sleep.
Okay, next item's discussion items. So we're gonna go to the financial report.
At the bottom of that, it is, 4 items. The first one, Department of Expenses, hires to hire utility expenses. And it was $30,000. So is that just regular utility expenses? What is that?
Looks like it cites on the report electrical. This may be due to the continuing battle at the state level and the back and forth regarding the winter storm fees that were allocated. I don't have a specific answer for you tonight, but I do know that and my brain's fried now. Our electrical utility provider, JEXA, and TCAP can get us that answer in specific details, but I think it's the winter storm fees, right?
At this footnote, it's not specific to March per se. It's to the year to date total. So it's not that March was unusually high. It's the year to date total is over 50%.
Was that month actual?
Yes, that is the month to actual, but the column to the right of that, year to date total, that's where our percentage comes from. And this is the 6th month, which puts us at 50%. So it's just saying that we're over by 11% for the year. And that could be a wash towards the end of the year, sometimes not. And this is the reason why is the expenses that we have to the state.
So the percentage wise is okay.
Well, percentage wise, I mean,
Right at 50%.
yeah, we
Okay.
shoot for 50% plus or minus 3%.
Okay.
Okay, the second one, the parking expenses, for Pittman Park.
Yes, ma'am. That was, golly, I don't remember being this loud.
Again, that's not gonna be an expense that was incurred in March, but it's carrying over in the year to date total. I believe those were.
Okay, so why does it say actual then?
It is. These are actual totals that we had for the month, but the column to the right of that,
So year to date.
years to date, and the percentage is based on the year to date total.
Okay,
Based-
so if month actual is $33,000, year to date is $180,000, how is I don't understand saying that if that's not much.
The 32,000 is the month total.
Right, so that's what I was asking, why was it so high?
No, Miss Allen, what she's explaining is the park expenses are high due to adding the electrical outlets, but that didn't occur in March. She's saying that that is inclusive of the year-to-date total. I think that actual expenditure occurred in November, prior to the Christmas tree lighting, when we added the electrical outlets that were approved by council for the Christmas events.
But it's not.
But the park expense
parks
isn't.
is only 2,000.
No. So none of the park.
That's because all of the utilities are run through non-departmental for the entire city.
Okay,
And that could be that there were 2 utility bills paid in the same month. It's a timing issue. Sometimes, that's why I said some months it may be up, some months it may be down, and it's based on when the accounts payable is right.
Okay, on number 4, EDC expenses appear high due to the timing of the anticipatory payment. And then which payment is that?
Again, these footnotes go with the year to date. It doesn't go with the monthly. Okay. So the EDC will show to be higher for several months at a time because we make that payment in the end of January. So until it gets caught up, it appears that it is that we're off budget, but we're not. It's just that payment has been made and it's a large payment.
Anything else? So, now we do a motion to approve or accept. Okay. I'll entertain a motion.
I make the motion to accept the financials for March 2024.
Second.
Motion made second. Any further discussion? Hold the council.
Place 1,
Aye.
place 2, place 3, place 4,
Aye.
place 5,
Aye.
Mayor,
Aye.
motion carried.
Okay, next time, discussion related to potential proposal for amending operating hours of certain city departments within the city and how such amendments may affect city services and operations.
Okay, so on this item, just real quick, and I'm gonna make this very quick. In talking with some of our directors, particularly in public works and administration, we have been discussing potential recruiting efforts and retention efforts on how we can improve that. Public Works has run into a major problem with trying to recruit people. Some of the reason why that he's been able to drum up is because there are several cities that offer a 4-day work week, where employees are working 10 hours a day versus 8 hours a day, and that is more appealing to employees. So we are just posing the idea of potentially converting some certain departments in the city to a 4-day work week. I think the departments we are thinking of would be administration, public works, utility billing, permits. The question I have for council is, as we look to do this, does that provide any heartburn to you? Would there be any issue if we were to open, for example, and there's several different ways we could slice this. For example, if we were to open City Hall at 7 a.m. and close City Hall at 6 p.m. or open City Hall at 8 a.m. and close at 7 p.m. Monday through Thursday, but be closed all day on Friday. Or do we adjust maybe some personnel schedules to where we have 1 or 2 people here on Monday, 1 or 2 people here on Friday, and the rest of the staff here Tuesday through Thursday to grant the opportunity to work a 4-day work week. If that poses any heartburn, I just want to know what the heartburn is. So maybe I can take that back and try to come up with some creative ideas to address it, to potentially come back with a policy for you to consider adopting that would allow for this and hopefully kind of boost some recruitment and retention.
Is any city closed on Friday?
There are several examples. Some cities do close on Friday all day. Some cities are operating Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, where they require the staff only to work 4 days, but they're bumping their hours down to 36. That would result in a reduction in pay for staff. That's not going to meet what we're trying to do. And then there are some cities that are open Monday through Friday with extended hours, where they kind of alternate staff, with Mondays kind of being a light staff day, Fridays being a light staff day, and the Tuesday through Thursday having staff there all day. There are also some cities that have kind of a flex schedule where they're only open maybe half a day on Friday. It is a big push. There are a lot of government cities that are going to modified schedules because the private sector has been doing it for a long period of time with a lot of success. So cities are trying to follow suit. We would not be the first city in Tarrant County to do this. I'm happy to pull those and share those policies with you if you'd like to look at, but that's kind of why I wanted to just find out what your heartburn would be, so I can figure out maybe which model policy might be good for the council.
I'd like to know what cities do take Friday off, but I don't have any heartburn with adjusting schedules. You said it, the private sector does it all the time.
Okay.
And as long as we let our citizens know.
I think
What, Johnny? Yeah, something, yeah.
Okay, but now here's the thing. Every year it comes up summer. It's gonna be 100 and something degrees probably again, and they want to come in and leave early. Now, how's this gonna affect that? Because you know, every
So-
year we change it for them.
So one thing I did do is I made sure to put out a survey before I brought this to you, and I did look at those results, and I did talk specifically with Public Works because it's the Public Works guys that are
Right,
normally asking for
Public
those
Works,
adjusted hours. And we talked about that. I said, look, if this summertime you're going to want to come in earlier and go home earlier, how is that going to work if your shift is now 10 hours?
Yes.
And they said unanimously that, hey, they would rather have 10 hours in the heat and an extra day off than just coming into work early. So they're all pretty supportive of going to a 4-day work week, even if that does mean longer days. They're happy with it. Well, that actual policy could be determined by the council. I would probably recommend a 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. to where we're giving residents, and there is another benefit here. We're giving residents an extra hour earlier in the morning and an extra hour later. So if we do have people that can't come to City Hall because they have to work from 8 to 5, well, now they can come to City Hall on their way to work or on their way home, and we would still be open and operational. So there is a little bit of extended hours. Forest Hill is doing, I don't think they're doing 4-day work weeks, but they are doing extended hours. And I've heard that the feedback from the extended hours being open an hour or two later in the day has been received well by the citizens. So
I hate to see City Hall closed on Friday. Half a day would be good, but I think somebody needs to be there sometime on Friday.
Okay. Ooh. You're gonna get me stabbed.
They can just sleep at City Hall.
Okay. I think I've got decent enough feedback to kind of see what plans I can come up with and
Okay, so next time is consideration possible action. Item A, consideration of nominations and appointments to the Animal Shelter Advisory Committee.
I'm going to make a recommendation. We table this to the next meeting.
Thank you.
Somebody will need to make the motion, I think, but
Oh, I move we table. I move we table consideration of nominations and appointments to the Animal Shelter Advisory Committee to next meeting.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any further discussion?
I don't think you have to take a vote on this, do you? On a table?
Okay, no vote.
Table. Let's do this.
All right, item B, resolution number 2024-04-01, a resolution of the city council of the city of Everman, Texas, approving and authorizing execution of an interlocal cooperation agreement establishing Everman code enforcement jurisdiction for animal control and welfare laws in the city of Forest Hill and providing an effective date. I will entertain a motion.
I move we approve resolution number 2024-04-01 as read.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion?
This just gives our animal control officers the legal authority to issue citations within the city limits of Forest Hill to the Forest Hill Municipal Court.
Is it the animal control or the code enforcement?
Animal control is technically a code enforcement operation. That's why it's worded the way it
I thought it was
is.
the code.
They are enforcing a code of the city.
Okay.
We are not doing code enforcement.
Oh,
Forest Hill.
we can get.
Nope.
Any further discussion? Call the council.
Place one,
Aye.
place two, place three, place four,
Aye.
place five.
Aye.
Mayor,
Aye.
motion carried.
Item C, resolution number 2024-04-02, a resolution of the city council of the city of Everman, Texas, approving and amending an amendment to the city's personnel manual at section 9.01E regarding appeal procedure for employees appointed by the city manager and providing an effective date. I will entertain a motion.
Gotta have a motion first, then I can tell you.
Anybody?
I make a motion for resolution 2024-0402.
Do I have a second? I'll second. Can I do that?
Yes. Okay. But we still have somebody on Zoom.
Now we can talk about it.
Okay, so what this is currently our policy allows for any employee who is appointed by the city manager. If for whatever reason they have disciplinary action that includes a suspension, demotion, or termination, can appeal that to the city council. The problem with that is as an employee, that kind of provides a lot of reservation because bringing an employment action public is kind of embarrassing and not comfortable for employees. And talking with the city attorney about some best practices, I learned that many other cities, actually, there is no appeal process for that level of position. If the city manager terminates you as a director, there's no appeal. You just get terminated. I don't like that. I think employees should have a right to appeal somewhere. My recommendation was to the mayor. That way they still do have an appeal option. If council feels differently, we can change that, whether that be to the city secretary or however you want to word that. I do feel that employees should be afforded the right for due process. I just don't think it should be in a public display where an employee has to come up and talk about the reasons why they were terminated and it gets talked very publicly. That's embarrassing for an employee. And if it is turned over and for whatever reason that employee is allowed to continue, well, now all their business just got aired out publicly. And so everybody knows about it. So I don't like that policy. We had that happen once before, if you recall, with the fire marshal at the time, not the current one, but at the time. And that it turned into a spectacle. And I don't think they should be spectacles. I'm sorry. Well, but I do feel as an employee, you should have the right to be able to appeal to somebody. And so my thought on it was by default, the mayor would be the most appropriate. Again, if council feels differently, we can change
If they
that.
want to,
Sure, only if they want to.
right? So, they know that if they'd have to come before city council, that would be their choice.
I don't disagree.
So, I don't know what's wrong with that.
Or could council deliberate with the employee in executive session?
We would have to rewrite the Well, and I don't know, would that violate Open Meetings Act if they are deliberating and deciding on an employee action as a council in executive session? You can't make decisions
We-
within
we
executive
decide
session.
Other things, come out and vote it.
There are only certain things that you can take into executive session. I would have to go back and research whether or not that would be.
Okay,
Those things.
right. There are only a few things you can.
Correct.
Right.
I just don't know what they are.
But, okay, so
Could we table that till she finds out more
You
information?
can table anything at any time you want. If that's what you so choose.
So do we vote on this or do we?
And,
we read
and I'll be clear
into
too,
motion?
there's no rush on this. It's not like I've got some kind of pending action I'm looking to impose. So that there's no rush.
If they don't want to come before the city council, that's their choice.
Quite honestly, what caused the review of this was we had a firefighter who was terminated by the fire chief. He requested to appeal to the council because it was in the policy that if he was appointed by the city manager, well, he was hired by me when I was the fire chief, and that just didn't fly. So that's what caused us to look at this policy and go, I don't really like that. I don't like the fact that employees that bring everything just air out anything and everything out in the public. I don't
So
think
did
that's.
he appeal to somebody?
He did. He appealed to me.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay, so if we want to table it, somebody needs to make a motion to table.
I move we table it.
Second.
Okay, so motion been made and seconded. We're going to table it. We've already done executive session.
You can move to table. While we're.
City manager's report.
Nothing. It's over.
Mayor's report. I got 18 things to talk about.
We're gonna take you out back and hurt you, right?
No, the time is
Turn your mics off. Come on, Will.
11:10 and we are adjourned. Oh, what a night.
That was pretty awesome. Have a good night.
Prior to that, were contrary to what it said it was. Looking at it now. And he was like, oh, my head, yeah, you're right. Yeah, no, he like, basically between their engineer and him, they're getting a lot of the things more exciting. And. I think I was clapping back pretty aggressive. Worse than I think that he's ever had somebody pop back at him.
Yeah.
Cause he got frantic. Not smart to me, but you just have like some book knowledge.
It's just problem for more questions. I'm gonna move that shit. But how did I understand that this is not really?
So you did, we're fire.